I thought I saw Pete. Ron. Is Pete? Pete's here. Did I see Pete?
I'm not seeing Pete or
Oh, there's Pete.
there. Pete's trying to get in.
He's trying.
I was thinking I might be able to spread out. Monica, do you need any help? Okay.
Pete, how are we, sir?
Yes, that's become a pretty good friendship. I know. I do. Okay, I just don't.
I listened to college.
901. We ready?
Okay.
Tony? Have you seen Tony? Tony? Can he's on his way? Wait or just get rolling? Then we're gonna go.
Just go.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to the January 15th, 2020 State Board of Education business meeting. I'd like to call it to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Durham?
Present.
Dr. Ernest?
Here.
Mr. Gastineau?
Here.
Mr. Mapes?
Here.
Superintendent Corbin?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Ms. Moe?
Here.
Ms. Brinchler?
Here.
Mr. Watts?
Here. If you would, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. Election of the chair, vice chair, and secretary.
I would like to make a motion that our chair for 2020 be B.J. Watts, our vice chair be Katie Moat, and our secretary to be Tony Walker.
Second.
Any other motions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from November 6th, December 4th, and December 27th?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. There is no statement of the chair. Board comments and reports. No comments? Okay. Public comment, Tim, do we have any now, or are they all item specific?
All public comments are items.
All are item specific. Thank you, sir. Before we get into these, we obviously have a very full house today. So when we get into public comment, I believe we have over 40. There will be a 5-minute limit to those to be respectful of everyone's time. You will get a 30-second warning. So if you would, please adhere to that 5-minute time just to be respectful of everyone's time. And we will call those up when they're all item specific. So we will call you up when it is time for the item you'd like to speak on. We'll do that prior to hearing from the people. Consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, do we do roll call on that, Tim?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So ordered. New business, teacher preparation program, Manchester University. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board and Superintendent McCormick. I am here today to request 2-year continued state recognition status for both Manchester University and Vincennes University's teacher preparation program. In most cases, we request 7-year extensions. However, each educator program received what is known as a stipulation during their visit. And therefore, Kate, which is a national accrediting body for our teacher prep programs, will be following up with another visit within 2 years. And for Vincennes, it will be an on-site visit. And for Manchester, it will be a virtual one-day visit. So therefore, we are requesting the state board recognize the decision of Kate and approve continued state recognition status for an additional 2 years for the educator preparation programs. First, I believe we have Manchester on the agenda, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions on teacher prep program at Manchester University?
Move to approve 2-year extension.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on this is Manchester only, and then we'll do Vincennes next.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Durden?
Yes.
Dr. Ernest?
Yep.
Mr. Gastineau?
Yes.
Mr. Mapes?
Yes.
Superintendent McCormick?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Moak?
Yes.
Ms. Rentschler?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes. Thank you.
Motion passes 10-0.
Is there a motion to approve teacher prep program for Vincennes University?
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Durham?
Yes.
Dr. Ernest?
Yep.
Mr. Gastineau?
Yes.
Mr. Mapes?
Yes.
Superintendent McCormick?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Moak?
Yes.
Ms. Rentschler?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Innovative Assessment Demonstration Authority Grant. Good morning.
Good morning. Yep. Okay. I'm requesting to have state board support as the department pursues submitting a grant to the U.S. Department of Education. Specifically, the grant allows the department to review the test design for the alternate assessment serving students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Through this grant, we would implement initially a research process over the first year to look at how we could potentially embed some additional types of items and also elongate the test window for students to better serve the specific population. In the short term, this would not remove the requirement to participate in IM for the vast majority of students, but it would allow us some flexibility to pilot this new test design with some limited schools and corporations as we ramp up to a potential new model in 5 years. So essentially, the support just would be included in our grant proposal, and then we would have to go through an approval process, hopefully, to be awarded this by the U.S. Department of Education.
Just a quick question. Do you have the schools selected yet?
We do not. We would be working through a randomized sample to try to procure those, and through those initial years, it would be a volunteer sample.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Mr. Durham?
Yes.
Dr. Ernest?
Yep.
Mr. Gastineau?
Yes.
Mr. Mapes?
Yes.
Superintendent McCormick?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Moak?
Yes.
Ms. Rentschler?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Thank you very much. New business item D, school turnaround, Theodore Roosevelt.
Miss-
We have public comment on this as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move to terminate the State Board of Education's takeover of Gary Roosevelt and to return Gary Roosevelt to the jurisdiction of the Gary Community School Corporation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. If we could, prior to discussion, I would like to do public comment, and then we'll take a vote.
First public comment, Lavetta Tyndall.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and have this opportunity to speak to you. I can only repeat what I've said before, that our children deserve a quality, equitable education, and our state education board has failed to provide that. And we need more sensitivity to the education of our children. And I appreciate Secretary Walker's recommendation that the schools, control of the schools be returned to the citizens of Gary, Indiana. The DUAB organization, the MGT organization, the Edison Learning organization have failed and are failing to provide us with quality services for our children. You're aware of it, but you seem to ignore it. I've mentioned before that with the abundant amount of money that is in the educational fund, $2.7 million, you yet ignore us. We have a building that is leaking. We have buckets lining hallways of the West Side High School, just as an example of what's going on in our city. And we have the students that wear the tag Roosevelt who are in a, quote, educational site where their health and safety is not being protected. Recently, there's been temperatures where the children have been cold. And as you know, and as you've seen, the children have been placed in classrooms in the Garage Bay area of the Gary Area Career Center. I'm confident, very sure, that none of you would allow such conditions to exist for your children. And so we need you to take a look at our children in Gary and provide those children at the Gary Area Career Center under the name Roosevelt, provide them with a decent site where materials can be readily accessible and where materials for the teacher and the students is on hand for them, and a place not shared with any other school, with any other students that wear another school name. But we want those students to be placed in a facility in this where they can have their own school, their own materials readily available to the teachers, readily available to those students. As I told you before, recently, band equipment was delivered to them after the kids had been in school since September. Materials are being stored at Roosevelt High School building and transported to the Gary Area Career Center. You wouldn't allow that in your schools. I'm confident of that. And so for you to allow that kind of activity to go on in our school downstate, in Gary, indicates a disrespect for us, a disregard for the quality and equitable education of our children. They deserve better. We expect you to do better. And ensure that if we have the power returned to the citizens of Gary, that you will promote the best for our children. That is not being done, and we need you to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michaela Spanberg.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Michaela Spangenberg. I'm a clinical psychologist. I'm speaking on behalf of Gary Education Coalition today, which is a group of parents, community members, teachers, other staff who are involved in the schools. And while I applaud the spirit and the idea of giving the control of Roosevelt back to the community, there has to be a way in which this is done responsibly. Because on both levels of takeover, both the district takeover through DUAB and MGT and the school level takeover, great harm has been done. Some people like to say that you should leave something better than you found it. Even if it was left in comparable condition to how you found it, it would be better than how things currently are. Right now, Gary Roosevelt, still, there hasn't been any publicly disclosed progress on a building that will house those students, because as of right now, they have nowhere to go next year. Edison Learning has proposed this grand scheme involving, getting $25 million from private funding from somewhere, and down the line opening a charter school that uses the same name, that gives no plan for the students right now. And on top of it, that's not what the community wants. We have all the charter schools we could ever need. We have 2 public high schools left, including Roosevelt. And we need a situation where Roosevelt is returned fully to public and community control. Now, if that means that MGT needs to step out immediately, maybe that should happen as well, because under MGT, our debt has only increased. We continue to operate under a deficit, and all kinds of strange happenings occur on a regular basis. People being paid large sums of money, and the advisory board has no say over anything. They're not even allowed to go on school campuses without Peter Marikas's express permission beforehand. They're treated like second-class citizens. And while past models of how our school board has worked before have not been ideal, they're far better than what we have now, which is basically a dictatorship, where you go to public meetings where you're told you're going to have the ability to ask a question. You get there and there's no questions. Just none are allowed. It's just like DUAB, except it's happening now in our own city. So those can't be the people that receive this school back. And this school can't be handed back without a building and with the Edison Learning contract still in place. Because the people that are in charge of, MGT and that have control of our school corporation at this point can't be trusted to make the right decision. So in other words, the other arm of the state can't be trusted. And the sad thing about this is how demoralized people are about how they feel the state thinks about them and the state feels about them. Because the representatives of the state who are in our community every day treat us with complete disrespect, complete disregard, and change the rules of the game every day. And at the rate that it's going, we're going to be a distressed unit forever, because they're not doing anything. They're shutting down schools that bring in revenue, and they're continuing to not address issues like fixing the buildings. So at this point, they're setting us up for a situation where we'll have no public high schools because they refuse to put any money into them. And I know before there's been this, we're not DUAB, we're this, and we don't have control of that. Okay, great, but everybody that's involved in the state in this educational capacity has the same shared duty of care for our children. And I don't want to just hear another passing of the buck. Between the two of you and or the legislature, you can figure out how to do your duty responsibly, and I beg you to do that for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
LeBron Denham.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I came, I saw, I conquered. And to me, that is the attitude of this state board. Theodore Roosevelt High School has strived to build better minds, to develop the finest students, and to prepare them to be leaders of the future in this scientific world of technology. It's known for its history, education, and sports, for what they have contributed not only to the community, but to the world. In 1930, Theodore Roosevelt High School was commissioned a school of first class by the State Department of Public Instruction. By 1947, this site represented a total capital outlay of $1,500,000. For the Gary Public School System to have the qualifications for their chief financial officer to only have a high school diploma, since that particular job description has been downsized, it's no wonder that we're told that we owe money. Also, the $4 million that was given to the Gary Public School System by the mayor after the steel mill gave her money, it was a slap in the community's face, Gary Public Schools' face, for Dr. Pete Marikas and Chief Financial Officer Rezinko to say that none of that $4 million would be used in any way towards the Gary Public Schools. Gary needs a new school that is state of the art, that will house students in a way where they will be able to compete for scholarships, including the Earlene Rogers scholarships and other scholarships that are available to students. Right now, I think that the state owns and should know, Mr. Walker, as to whether or not the Theodore Roosevelt students are going to be considered qualified, if they're accredited at this particular moment. I think that there should be some concern. At that last meeting that we had in Gary at the Indiana University, you said it was up to Edison Learning. I think the state of Indiana should also be concerned as to whether or not those students will be graduating with accreditations. And basically, I'm not going to say any more. I'm going to kind of step away. But I just want to say, I came, I saw, I conquered. And Tony Walker, back in October, you stated that Roosevelt High School should be closed. But in 1947, it was worth $1,500,000. And the value of it is way more than that now. And historically, for what it has given to society, to the world, it is valued at much more than that. And we as a people are as well. I just feel that you should be concerned about what happens to the students and not just terminate Roosevelt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshua Baxter.
Good morning.
Good morning, you all. It's always a pleasure to see you all. For those who don't know me, my name is Joshua Batchelor. I'm the principal, the honored principal of the historic and legendary Theodore Roosevelt in Gary, Indiana. One of my main missions as the administrator is in every decision that I make, I have to keep students first. And in the spirit of that, I want Sharon Bradshaw, a senior who has been at Roosevelt, who has went to many extremes, who have went through the challenges and the adversities, to kind of give her perception of everything that's going on right now with Roosevelt and how it's affecting her. I never want to get away from the student's voice. The student's voice is critical in times like this. Sharon?
Welcome.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Sharon Bradshaw. I am a senior at Theodore Roosevelt College and Career Academy, and I will be speaking to you on why Roosevelt is important. Okay. So for the beginning of my speech, why Roosevelt is important. Roosevelt has almost over 90 years of history, academic and athletic. Just to close that down and be a slap in the face to all the people who made Roosevelt what it is today, or what it was. And also, in my experience, I've been at Roosevelt for 4 years since I was a freshman. And in those 4 years, Roosevelt has received an A by the state. Students have practiced self-advocacy. and I've learned a sense of Roosevelt pride. I'm proud of my school and my history, and I feel like it shouldn't just be shut down because minor obstacles. I feel as if Roosevelt should be restored back to its original glory, and I thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
And that is the last public comment for action item D.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Roll call. Do you want to repeat your motion, Tony, just because it's been just a second?
Yeah, the motion was I move to terminate the State Board of Education takeover of Gary Roosevelt and return Gary Roosevelt to the jurisdiction of the Gary Community School Corporation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
You need an effective date on this, or?
Do we
As
need
of the vote.
effective immediately?
I think
Okay.
call Ron to the podium.
Ron, do you have a concern?
So to the point about effective immediately, there is currently a contract that extends through the end of the school year. So I'm not sure if we can, if the motion can be effective immediately, though it would allow, I think we should allow the contract to continue.
And we're not signatory to that contract, correct?
The state is.
The state is?
Yes. State, so the Department of Education is the signatory to the current funding contract is how I refer to it.
Okay.
So just,
So for clarification, the motion cannot include effective immediately.
I think that would,
You're in agreement?
I'm in agreement because I don't know how we
so it's effective immediately to the extent that Edison will work with Gary Community School Corporation to make the transition happen.
make the
So
transition.
it's effective immediately in that respect, but the contract remains through June 30th.
So the
of this
transition
year.
will
Yeah,
begin immediately and continue through June 30th.
perfect, yeah.
Should we restate the motion, or do you think we're good? We're good? Okay. Everyone understand the motion? Anybody have a question? Byron?
Having gone, I appreciated the opportunity there before semester break to be at Gary with you, Tony. I want to know, so in the day that I spent with students, parents, alumni, and those things, the thing that most impressed me was that it went beyond, we get into these discussions and we talk a lot about buildings, and our role is academic programming and education, right? And so it impressed me that we really got into discussion about that. And so one of my concerns coming home was, and it's been expressed here, and it still is for me, one of the worst times for kids to move is high school. And that bothers me. In fact, I've lost sleep over this, right? Because students need to be where they are in the high school they're in. So now, I realize we have tough decisions to make, right? But what I want to know is this, because I know we had discussions about making sure that there was a plan to have at least this year's sophomores and juniors going into juniors and seniors next year to be able to have the opportunity to graduate from Roosevelt or some semblance of that. What I want to know for someone who already has their mind made up as to whether this is the right thing to do or not, and I don't yet, I want to know, is this the very best thing to do for our students? Because bottom line is that's really who I care about the most. Is this the best decision, and why? I need to hear that from somebody.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that?
Absolutely.
The answer is yes, Byron, and the reason is, as you heard from several meetings now, different people that have taken time to travel down to Indianapolis to speak their views. There are very strong views on every side of the Roosevelt issue as to whether or not it should continue as a school or not continue as a school. whether it should be relocated in another building that's currently owned by the school corporation or remain in the sort of bins they're in now, whether or not the Roosevelt historical building should be repaired and the school move back into that building. The fact of the matter is those are all decisions that really should be made at a local level and not by the 11 of us here. And that's all this motion does. It doesn't come down one way or the other as to the future of Roosevelt, whether or not Roosevelt will be open or closed, what building it's going to be in. Simply states that those decisions should be made in Gary and not by the 11 people on this board. And that's the intent, and that is the motion.
Any other questions?
I'm wondering if there's anyone here that's representing MGT, since they would be the receiver of an entire school. Is anyone here to speak from the lens of Gary as far as the schools corporation? No?
Any other questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Mr. Durham?
Yes.
Dr. Ernest?
Yes.
Mr. Gastineau?
Yes.
Mr. Mapes?
Yes.
Superintendent McCormick?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Moat?
Yes.
Ms. Rentler?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. School turnaround, Madonna, Manuel, and Howe.
And we do have a number of public comments.
Absolutely.
Aaron Schaus?
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Erin Shounce, and I was the Southside Community Representative for the School Transition Task Force. I began working on this issue in the summer of 2018 when the task force facilitator met with the Garfield Park Neighbors Association Education Committee. At the time, I was serving as the president of the neighborhood association, and since that time, I have volunteered hundreds of hours advocating for the best educational options for the Southside community through this process. During this time, my family has also welcomed another child, and our oldest son is preparing to enter pre-K in the fall. This issue is deeply personal to me. It impacts my neighbors, my friends, and could profoundly impact my children. I'm here today representing the Southside Education Community Coalition, a group of Southside neighbors, community partners, and neighborhood associations who support the future of Donnan Elementary and Middle School and Emmerich Manual High School and seek to better the educational opportunities for students and families on the South Side and throughout Indianapolis. When we first submitted a public statement to your esteemed board in March of this year, we asked that you grant an extension before making your decision so that we may explore alternative options for our community in partnership with IPS. That statement was signed by myself, our education committee leaders, 4 Southside neighborhood leaders, and the South Indy Quality of Life Plan, which represents 8 Southside neighborhoods. Since that time, our ranks have swelled with support, and the statement submitted to you now includes 12 additional signatures representing elected officials, neighborhood organizations that represent thousands of households collectively, community development corporations, community centers, and community organizers. In the span of a week, we have gathered over 200 individual signatures in support of our position. A common thread you may have picked up is neighbors and community, because the Southside Education Community Coalition is representing the Southside community, and we urge you to turn both schools back over to the local school district, Indianapolis Public Schools. We have grave concerns about the ability of Charter Schools USA and its nonprofit affiliates, Noble Education Initiative and Rethink Forward, to effectively serve students and families at Donnan and Emmanuel High School. The key issues are lack of integrity of data reporting and tracking, exceptionally poor teacher and staff retention, failure to engage the community, and a severe lack of accountability, legal challenges related to the use of public facilities under the $1 law, unstable long-term stability due to poor academic rigor and lack of competitiveness among peer schools, evidence of unsuccessful student recruitment coupled with unrealistic enrollment projections, weak financial planning, and particularly high operational costs. The Southside Education Community Coalition is also a group of voting citizens and taxpayers who strongly oppose any option that would cost more in public funding than returning these schools to IPS, especially for an option that has been demonstrated to be inferior. Takeover academies run by CUSA have historically received $23 million in extra state funds over 8 years. In that time, CSUSA has not turned these schools around. However, they have manipulated data to make it appear as if they have. After the recent audit by the Indiana Department of Education at Manual, graduation rates plummeted from CSUSA's reported 78% to 57% when accurately reported. This is a poor return on investment for Indiana taxpayers and should not be rewarded with an extension of takeover status in an effort to seek charters from additional authorizers in the future. Most importantly, the Southside Education Community Coalition strongly supports IPS's efforts to work with Crystal House Indianapolis to operate a K-12 campus and dropout recovery school at Manual High School. We also support IPS's efforts to find a K-8 operator for Emmendon Elementary and Middle School, including an innovation partnership or a choice option. As a representative of the residents and community partners of the South Side of Indianapolis, I'm advocating that the Indiana State Board of Education return control to IPS, which would increase accountability that is currently lacking and provide high-quality educational options to our community. As a representative for many parents in our community who could not be here today, and as a parent of future students myself, I ask that you allow us to have a voice in how the fate of our community schools is decided. These schools are critical to the future of our neighborhoods, and we urge you to consider our neighborhood's needs and our request to turn these schools back over to IPS and their partners so that our children will have a better educational opportunities in the future. Thank you.
Beth Whitaker.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, fellow educators and board members, for this opportunity. I am here in support of returning Manual and Emmendon and Howe to Indianapolis Public Schools. Since the time of the takeover, scores and enrollment across the district within IPS has risen. Since the initial task force was launched, the leadership has drastically changed in IPS and is taking the district in a positive direction. I thank IPS and Crystal House for the openness in dialogue and partnership in the planning of the future for Manual. From hosting meetings to meeting with neighbors where they are, like when they came to share information at my neighborhood meeting for Bates Hendricks. We all know that schools are vital to the health of our community. We are not looking for a plan for our community for the next couple of years, but rather a plan that is sustainable so that the 18-month-old that lives next door to me has a quality opportunity for education in our community when he becomes a freshman. Crystal House and IPS has publicly presented sustainable financial plans. It's 2020. It's time for our historic Manual High School to be returned to Indianapolis Public Schools and community partners. Now, a lot of that has emotion to it, but there's some things that speak for themselves, like data. 10th grade ELA scores. IPS outperformed Manual by 9 points and Howe by 14. IPS has exceeded the adequate growth rate of Howe and Manual. In math, IPS proficiency has exceeded Manual by 7.3% and Howe by 5. Manual's graduation rate, as Aaron stated, is 57%. Howe had 31% dropouts for the 2017 cohort, more than 3 times that of IPS. IPS is successful. Our community wants a school that is sustainable, and IPS and Crystal House have been able to provide a plan for that sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Weston Young.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Weston Young. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer of Indianapolis Public Schools. IPS is a family and system of schools which are connected across the great city of Indianapolis. Events that occur at one school impact other schools and learning communities because of the interconnectedness. These connections are both academic and financially related. IPS recently released 6 new strategic priorities that will enable us to ensure increased educational outcomes over the next 5 years. Our first priority of student-centered teaching and learning is supported and connected to our priority of operating in a financially sustainable manner. IPS plans are developed with these two priorities in mind. Before you hear IPS Superintendent Alicia Johnson and Chief Portfolio Officer Jamie Vanderwally share about the academic and operational plans for Howe, Manual, and Emmett-Donnan, I want to highlight and connect financial considerations the IPS team has shared previously with the State Board of Ed on multiple occasions. Given the complexity of the financial matters involved with the facilities and debt management of school districts, we have strongly urged the State Board of Ed to ensure proper due diligence has been undertaken to understand all the ramifications of their prospective actions. In March and December, when IPS shared public comment with the State Board of Ed, a different scenario was discussed than what is being considered at today's meeting. Then, we expressed concerns about the uncertainty as to whether the tax-exempt status of the bonds on Howe and Manual will be jeopardized if those schools were operated under a charter granted by the Indiana Charter School Board, which under federal law is considered a public chartering agency. Now, it is understanding that one of the options under consideration today is an operator applying to a private university for a charter. This is a much different scenario, and one that causes us greater concern from a financial perspective. In order to inform the board of our analysis and understanding of the current scenario, IPS Legal Counsel, which I believe you received a memo from Fager Baker Daniels early this morning, shares a couple key items and two main issues. One, the tax-exempt status of the bonds used to finance projects of IPS facilities if the operator is granted a charter from a private university. And two, the flexibility of IPS to manage the district-wide facilities and debt in the event that the IRS determines that the use of Howe and Manual by the operator under these circumstances is impermissible private activity. As outlined in the memo, to do anything other than approve IPS's full plan and instead allow an operator to pursue a charter with a private authorizer may do the following: jeopardize the current tax-exempt status of current bonds associated with two facilities, which could cause IPS to default on its bonds. Also, jeopardize the use of any of the three facilities as collateral in future tax-exempt financing. The issues we are raising are not mere technicalities, but are serious legal issues that could have a significant long-term impact on IPS's ability to borrow funds for capital and operating expenses. In many ways, it's not dissimilar to a situation faced by a homeowner who loses the equity in their home and can no longer use it as a security for a loan, or who is forced to sell their home at a price that doesn't even cover the mortgage. As the memo outlines, even if private activity was below the required threshold, IPS would be prohibited from using Howe, Manual, and Emmett-Donnan as collateral for any additional bond issues so long as it is used and occupied by the operator. This is similar to the state taking away the equity in your home without compensation. One way to remedy the situation might be for IPS to pay off the bonds it owes on Howe and Manual, so it doesn't matter whether the use by a charter school constitutes private activity. But that is not a realistic option, because a $1 lease payment will not cover the millions of dollars owed on the school buildings. As a result, if the IRS determines the use of buildings by the operator is private activity and the bonds are no longer tax exempt, IPS will be in default. IPS credit ratings will be damaged, and IPS will no longer be able to obtain low interest financing to support projects and programs across our family of schools. If the operator receives a charter, and especially if they do so from a private university authorizer, I believe the collective IPS financial position is similar to the personal finance example of a forced sale of a home. IPS residents and taxpayers will no longer have control or own equity in the facilities, while at the same time, IPS residents and taxpayers will continue to bear the burden of paying for the mortgage debt on the facilities. And in the end, IPS residents and taxpayers could pay higher interest rates in the future, leading to an increase in property taxes. When you cast your vote today, please keep in mind how a family's financial stability and flexibility would be jeopardized by a similar action in their own personal home situation. The more stable and flexible IPS's overall position is in relation to our facilities and finances, the better we are able to deliver on the promise to increase educational outcomes across all of our schools in a financially sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eddie Ronald and Matthew Rooney.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. My name is Eddie Rangel, co-leader and executive director of Adelante Schools. Alongside me is Matthew Rooney, co-leader of Adelante Schools. Together, we have a combined 20 years experience teaching and leading in traditional and charter public schools, primarily right here in Indianapolis. Most recently, Mr. Rooney and I led high-performing schools which served 99% students of color and had about 85% of students who received free and reduced price lunch. We are here today to share our support of the Indianapolis Public Schools plan for Emma Donnan Elementary and Middle School and Manual and Howe High Schools. Adelante has been named as one of 2 potential partners to operate Emma Donnan kindergarten through K-8 grade campus. As school leaders and community stakeholders in Indianapolis, we believe it is the right choice to reintegrate these schools into IPS.
Speaking from personal experience, I was a teacher at a school here in Indianapolis when they made the transition to become an IPS Innovation Network school. And through this unique and powerful partnership with the district, we were able to begin the transition to truly becoming a strong neighborhood school, being better able to serve families within a mile of our doors, and becoming an even stronger anchor for the future of our community.
If the board makes the decision to return these schools to IPS today, we are excited to begin the selection process alongside IPS and look forward to hearing what the Southside community wants from an excellent school. We know IPS and all potential partners within this plan share the same commitment to the students and families the schools serve. As school leaders, we also understand how important it is for students and families to have clarity on the long-term future of their school. Making a decision today would provide students and families that much-deserved information in this critical moment of our collective future. Again, we believe the strongest option for these 3 schools is for them to be returned to the district today. Thank you.
Paige Pittman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, I am Paige Pittman, and I am the principal at TC Howe. I stand here in front of you today on behalf of nearly 553 7th through 12th grade students from the east side of Indianapolis who are sitting in classrooms today wondering if they will be able to come back to these classrooms next year. Students who have been forced to stand by as decisions and plans regarding their education and future have been made with little to no consideration to their individual needs and current progress. As these decisions were made for the proposed plan, if the vote is to close Howe today, I hope you have considered what might happen to the 42 students who started on the Cambridge pathway at Howe this year, a program that is acknowledged and encouraged in box 3 of the graduation pathways document, of which we were early adopters. These students, 10th grade students, who are ahead of the curve in their progress towards graduation will have to start over as juniors. What might happen to the almost 60 students who are heavily involved and invested in our JROTC program, one of the oldest in Indianapolis? They will not be guaranteed admittance into another program, and if they are, they may not hold their same office. If you vote to approve IPS's plan, you are voting to move a large group of students who just came to Howe from a local closed school to a 3rd school in 3 years. Stability in a student's longevity within a school district increase their potential to graduate high school, their likelihood to enroll in post-secondary educational experiences and/or find meaningful and gainful employment past graduation. I could stand here and spout off data about Howe right now, numbers that prove there has been a true and successful turnaround at Howe. But to use these few minutes that I have to speak to you efficiently is to speak, and not to speak about my students would be doing them a disservice. I urge you to please think about their futures. Where will they go?
Larry Whitmore.
Good morning.
My name is Larry Whitmore, and I am speaking on behalf of Thomas Carr Howe Community High School, continuing in pursuit of a charter school, of becoming a charter school. I am a graduate of Howe, class of 1970, and currently president of the Howe High School Alumni Board. I know that my education at Howe enabled me to go on to become the first member of my family to go to college. I was able to earn not only my college degree, but also went on to earn a master's degree. I have been serving on the Howe Alumni Board for the past 3 years and have become president just this month. I have served on our board's after-school meal committee, This service enabled me to get to know our students quite well, and I've enjoyed the students I have served these meals to. These students have always been thankful and appreciative to the extra meal service. I've also served as chairman of our Alumni Scholarship Committee. I enjoyed the opportunity to contribute to our students' further education past Howe. The students' application process and our award ceremony have always gone smoothly and been met with enthusiasm and appreciation from Howe students. Our committee has always been impressed with the work of the staff who helped and the students who earned these scholarships. During this current program at Howe, during this current year, our board learned about the Cambridge Advanced Learning Program at Howe and helping our advanced students. What has most impressed me and our other board members has been the optimism of our students and Howe's staff and the excellent behavior of our students. I have never seen any resentment from the students. I have seen only optimism and the student support of each other as they strive in their learning. These students and the whole school are improving. We see that evidence. Our Howe Alumni Board and I, as president of our board, hate to see this success end. Howe Community High School had an agreement for the use of our building from a previous superintendent, and all of this pressure from their current administrators is because they want to go back on that agreement in order to sell the building. How much added expense are they going to add to the students and parents of the East Side for generations to come when there is no longer a school to attend in their area? Our alumni have been facing closure one year after another since the late 70s. This is their standard mode of operating. Most of our alumni are worried that IPS is heading toward just one high school for the whole city of Indianapolis. At the rate they are going now, this may be what we are looking forward to. Think of the added expense of parents all over the city then. Please don't enable IPS to close our school once again. This time would be because they don't like our building agreement with us anymore. They should have to live with the agreement we have and let the school exist even as our students excel in the classroom and compete maybe just a little too well with them in sporting events. Our alumni are tired of the same old song that they are closing Howe again. We feel our students and staff deserve better than to be given back to IPS for closure. We do not want an education desert on the east side of Indianapolis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michaela Emery.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Michaela Emery, and I stand in front of you today as a proud teacher at Thomas Carr Howe Community High School. Over the last few days, my colleagues and I have done our best to console our worried students who have heard about the uncertain future of their school. Yesterday, I informed my classes that I'd be talking with all of you today, and while they had a lot of suggestions and advice, one comment in particular stuck out to me. As my freshmen were leaving my room yesterday, getting ready to go on to their next class, one of the young men in my classroom stopped, looked me in the eye, and said, "Miss Emery, go fight for us tomorrow." So that's exactly what I'm here to do today. I want every person in this room to understand before I leave this podium that today isn't just about our vote, and it's not just about the vote to our kids. Because at the end of today, it's about them. And while I promised that student that I'd be here today to fight for him, at the end of the day, it isn't just about that one child. Today, I'm here to fight for the entirety of the TC Howe family, for the students, the staff, and the teachers who show up every day to grow, to learn, to laugh, and all of the people who inspire me to be a better educator and individual every single day. I'm here to fight for our Cambridge students and the Cambridge program, which is made up of approximately 42 extremely talented students who committed themselves to educational excellence approximately a year ago. Our kids, many of whom have attended our school since 7th grade, show up each day prepared to give their all in rigorous honors courses so they can achieve their dreams of going to college. I hope you keep these students in mind as you think about the future of our school and the future of the place that has promised to support them on their high school and their post-secondary journeys. I'm here to fight for Jordan, for Lene, for Vanessa, Kamitrik, Amari, and so many other juniors who I taught as freshmen and have the privilege of teaching again this year. They're juniors who have goals of graduating and accomplishing a variety of different things, but first and foremost, they want to walk across the stage at TC Howe. I'm here in front of you today to fight for our kids, because we're not just dealing with numbers and dollar signs and statistics here, and if we are, we need to seriously reevaluate the way that we're addressing this issue, because we're talking about potentially impacting the lives of approximately 600 people who call Howe home. So I implore you today to think of our kids and how hard they fight every single day to better themselves. And I hope that you choose today to vote to fight for them and choose to vote to reject IPS's proposal to close TC Howe. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Nari Carpenter. I currently attend Thomas Carr Howe. I'm graduating in 2021. I came from Bar Ripple, where I experienced the closing of Bar Ripple. I had made a decision to continue my educational journey at Howe. I had made bonds and relationships. I had made this school. This person has made me into the person I am today. I came with failing grades. I came struggling in math. Because of the teachers and administrators and the support of the after-school program, I am currently passing in math with 47 credits with a GPA at 3.0. This school has supported me with my family issues, struggles. Howe has embraced me to deal with it every day. Howe needs me and I need Howe. When I didn't have nobody that could care for me, I always made sure I was doing the right thing inside and outside the classroom. These are some of the best teachers and staff that I have experienced. Keep Howe up.
Thank you.
Gregory Sparks.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Gregory Sparks, and I'm a Spanish teacher at TC Howe. I've been there for 4 years, the entirety of my teaching career. It was right around the time where I first stepped into Howe, where the magic of our turnaround began to happen. And ever since then, the outcomes of outstanding student-driven initiatives have flooded the building. I want to speak to the board and everyone in attendance in support of my school and the student-centered innovation. Today, you will hear some talk about adult issues, but keep your lenses clear on what education is for. It is the student's passport to positive post-secondary experiences, preparing students with innovative schooling and to pursue whatever dream it is that they want with those 21st century skills that they earn through their schooling and their education. Uniqueness and uncommon results stem from this innovation that schools are supposed to provide. How is unique? We have been an early adopter of grad pathways, allowing students to do what they love from the start of the day with our Academies program. I'm one of the student council advisors and serve as a mentor to an open enrollment student council. Our student council has given their time in and out of school and has drastically shifted our school and community attitudes. Students plan their own incentives, award ceremonies, monthly service campaigns, and engage with adults on a daily basis in order to get this done. Communication, collaboration, adaptability, innovation, global citizenship, all 21st century skills. Our students show it every single day. I challenge you to come and see this happen at our school. Then, find out where else this is happening within the city, and I think the facts speak for themselves. Because nobody does it like we do it at Howe. Howe gets uncommon results. We teach students to love learning and learn to love. No matter what your story was, you can determine what you will be. It doesn't matter what you were. We have had tremendous academic growth and performance competitive with comparable schools. Those results are published. We can all see those. In reality, 4 years is such a short time, but a number of students come into mind when I think about their uncommon results. We receive diverse populations, and oftentimes these students have not experienced success under the care of other programs. I think of a particular student that came in with basketball dreams and undeniable fervor. That student in 2 years' time has harnessed that energy, turned their grades around, leads their team, and encourages the same from their peers. That's uncommon. So I speak to you all today in complete support of my school. Please do not adopt IPS's plan, because our students need to continue to pursue those unique and uncommon results as they pave their pathway to positive post-secondary experiences.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here in support of my school, Thomas Carr Howe. My name is Elena Tiyub, and I am a junior that attends Thomas Carr Howe. I wanted to speak today on behalf of my school. I am in my school student council public relations director. You can imagine that I have stood in front of many audiences, but none have been amounted to how important today is. It is an honor to be in front of you today.
Take your time. You're doing great. You're doing a really good job. Take your time.
I stand before you today to request and possibly persuade your decisions to be in our favor of keeping Howe open. I have been attending Howe for almost 2 years now. In my 2 years of being a student at Howe, not only have I learned academic curriculum, I have also learned social skills that are beyond my limitations. I have become more open-minded, I have become more intuitive, and I have also become more motivated to learn. Howe may be a school, but it is far more than a facility. Howe is more than just a building. Howe is more than bricks, tile, and insulation. Howe is a home to over 550 Hornets, and we are extremely proud to be just that. We operate as a family, we succeed as a family, and sometimes we even take losses as a family. But all is worthwhile because we do it together. Before I came to Howe, I witnessed my old school, Broad Ripple Magnet High School, be shut down as well. Before I came to Howe, I hopped schools and I felt hopeless at points and even lost sight of my education. When I came to Howe 2 years ago, I was only in school because it was a requirement. I also had no vision of college after I graduated, but as my years at Howe progressed, so did my horizons, and Howe has shown me that school is not just a requirement, but an opportunity, a gateway to the rest of my life after high school. I plan to walk across the stage as a Hornet. I take pride in being called a Hornet for more than just one reason. Being a Hornet has taught me to strive to be better, to realize excellence, to work hard, and to push past my struggles, and most of all, Howe has taught me to be a better me. Not only have I been the happiest version of myself at Howe, but I've been a stronger, more motivated, more distinguished version of myself, and I could not have found this version of myself without Howe's amazing staff and administration, without its unforgettable students, and without Howe itself. I am a Cambridge International student. This means I am grouped with unprecedented amount of extremely bright students We are one of the few schools that provide this program, and the students at Howe that are in this program wish to continue. Our attitudes reflect this, our grades reflect this, and most of all, we reflect this. Without Howe, I will not be the person I am today. Yes, Howe may be a school to outside parties, but Howe is and always will be a home for me and my fellow Hornets. I hope you take what I have said to you today into account when you make your decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
My name is Taylor Ford. I'm a junior, and I attend Thomas Carr Howe Community High School. I've been attending Howe for 2 years, and I'm a fourth-generation Howe student in my family. I came to Howe after getting bullied at my old school. I came here with the hope to get friends and finally fit in, and I did. As soon as I got to Howe, everyone, including the students and teachers, were nice and accepting. I never felt more welcome at a school in my life. I love the school so much. I actually walk 45 minutes almost every day to get here. And this morning, I ran to make it on time to be able to be here today. If our school gets shut down, I won't be able to graduate from the place I love. I've gotten the best support and grades at this school that I have in my life. This school gave me dreams, and without it, my dreams won't come true.
Thank you. Morning.
I'm a little taller, so I got Hi, my name is Jordan Murphy. I'm from Thomas Carr Howe Community High School. I know you guys are busy and have a lot of pressure and an overwhelming decision. I just ask that you stick a needle to this one and listen. This will probably be the most meaningful thing I have ever thought about in the entirety of my life. I just hope I can put a small bug in your ear for you to listen to. I am 17 years old, a junior. I am a student athlete. I have a 3.9 GPA and a 3.1 cumulative GPA. And I'm currently taking Cambridge classes at Howe. While they are challenging and cause you to think, I enjoy them, and I love the teachers that teach them. I have been at Howe since 7th grade, and I plan on graduating from here. This school means a lot to me. This is not just a school, it's so much more. We have grown. I think if you shut us down right now, we'd just be cutting off our oxygen. We're improvisers. We usually find a way to adjust to new situations, but that's not a situation we can adjust to. The school needs to remain here and be a symbol of leadership and education like it has been for the past couple of years. This school is a symbol of growth. This school has changed me and shaped me into a man that I am today. I just think that you guys should take this into consideration and listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning. I'm gonna have to lower this mic. Jordan's a little taller than me. Good morning, all of you. Thank you for being here and thank you for hearing our super motivated and super passionate students who decided to come here on their own accord and were brave enough to, I think some of them, speak in front of a body like this for the first time. While I know I'm going to speak to you all today as State Board of Education members, I also ask that you consider the fact that I'm speaking to you as people and human beings as well. While I don't know you all personally, I genuinely trust that you represent the best of us. I trust that those who appointed you truly believe that you are the most honest and honorable voices that exist in Indiana education. With that being said, I want to bluntly repeat what is at stake. You all inadvertently will decide the future of a school which serves as a home away from home for over 555 students, passionate staff, and an entire community. And while I know you have countless data, emails, public comments, and newspaper articles that will help influence your decisions. I hope that you consider these questions as you reflect on your vote throughout today, throughout public comment, and throughout some discussion later. Are you all the most trusted of us, the people designated to make informed decisions about the betterment of my TC Howe students, prepared to return TC Howe to IPS and therefore close its doors for good? Do you all believe that it is genuinely in the best interest of the 500 to 600 students and teachers to displace them without conducting purposeful, thorough, and thoughtful school visits? Some of you may have visited throughout the year. Some of you may have been a part of the school visit back in January 2018. And some of you may have never stepped foot inside our school building. And I know that you all have been placed in a very difficult position today. However, as those dedicated to make thorough, thoughtful decisions, do you all believe in your heart of hearts as people that it is the right thing to do to shut down a school, to vote to adopt a plan that would shut down a school of 600 students without possibly ever stepping foot inside of the school on 4900 Julian Avenue? Most importantly, and although you've heard some of them today, and I'm so proud of them, there are dozens and hundreds of other students at our school building that would be waiting and would be willing to accept you with open arms, were you to come and see with your own eyes, see beyond the data, see beyond the hurtful news stories, see beyond the callous political comments, and meet our genuine students for whom you'll be making a decision about their futures today. At the end of the day, only you all can decide in your heart what is the right decision for you. And while I have no idea where your hearts are at, I choose to hope for the best, because I know that that is genuinely what all of my students would do, is to expect the best of complete strangers who have been entrusted with their futures. And so I plead you, please vote no to any proposal that would elect to close TC Howe Community High School. We will be waiting for you with open arms to welcome you, to show you the amazing things we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here and speak with you guys today. My name is Kristen Jones, and I represent District 16 on the Indianapolis City County Council. And I stand with my neighbors, neighborhood associations, community, and their desire to have Emmendana and Emmerich Manual High School turn back to the local IPS school district, and to have increased accountability and to provide high quality options for our current and for our future students. The stability of these schools are crucial to our neighborhoods, and the success of our children builds up our communities, our cities, and our state. I thank you for allowing us to hear our voices today, and for considering this not only for the students of today, but for generations to come. And I also have a brief statement for one of my colleagues at the City Council who also represents Howe, Councilor Blake Johnson. As the Indianapolis District 12 counselor, I represent Howe High School and the surrounding community. For far too long, CSUSA and the surrounding community have operated in silos. I'm honored and excited to have the opportunity to serve on the IPS task force to ensure that Howe returns to being a fixture of our community, as well as a school that serves students at the highest level. Please honor the community's voice and to have the school, and the desire to have the school return to the IPS family. I know you guys have a tough decision to make, and I really appreciate you allowing us to come in and have our neighbors in our community have our voices heard. Thank you guys very much for your time today.
Thank you.
McFarland.
Hi, thanks to the board for this time to speak. I'm Erin Brown. I live in Garfield Park, and I'm the co-chair of the Education Committee in the Garfield Park Neighbors Association. I was once a manual teacher a long time ago, and I have a first grade daughter in the neighborhood, most importantly. I'm here today simply to put my support behind the current IPS plan if they're allowed to take back Manual and Emma Donnan. I hope the Indiana State Board returns Manual and Emma Donnan back. They have been able to establish a partnership with a school in our neighborhood that has been connected, that has been successful, and would have some oversight from our local school board. I support the IPS plan to find an operator for Emma Donnan, whether it be through an innovation partnership or a choice option. IPS has a plan for this transition. The students and staff will be able to stay in the school. Reasons I've heard from supporters for Charter Schools USA in the past include that we have to let them keep it because students need to know where they're going next year, 2 years from now. Staff need to know if they'll have a job next year or 2 years from now. These concerns have been answered by IPS and Crystal House at these schools. We do not want Emma Donnan and Manual to close, and I am afraid that is what will happen if CSUSA is allowed to continue and try to get a charter. Aaron Shounce, who spoke before, laid out our biggest concerns about governance and future plans. They have not proven that they would be able to run these schools with their new financial situation after being a takeover school. We have not seen a viable plan for increasing enrollment. Their name is now sullied after the homeschool situation exposed even further after the recent audit was completed. Sending families who are not equipped for that type of education to protect their graduation rates. People in our neighborhood want a school they feel comfortable sending their child to. Please return these schools to IPS so we have that high quality option. Thank you.
Stephanie McFarland. Next up, Lucian Anderson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share a comment today. My name is Stephanie McFarland, and for 8 years I've led a business that's located in Irvington, Indianapolis here, which is just a few short blocks from Howe High School, and today I'm here representing them. I'm doing that because we were invited by Howe. They actually reached out to a number of organizations, community groups, as well as businesses, local small businesses there in Irvington, and they asked us to come join their community partner group. And I'm so glad that we did that because we had several opportunities that produced from that. One of those was, as I said, they reached out, they drew us in, and they engaged us. And that gave us an opportunity to find out where are they going, what are they trying to do, and how can we as community members help them make that happen for their students. And that produced, again, several opportunities. One of those was they allowed us to be able to sponsor girls-only STEM camp. That's down in southern Indiana, so that they have some students, some girls only, that could go down there and actually be a part of that. And that's not something that they had been able to do in the past. Also, too, they allowed us to introduce them to the ACE Academy, which is the Aviation Career Education Academy, founded by a wonderful young man named Ryan Lynch. And through that, they also allowed us the opportunity to sponsor some students to be able to go to that ACE Academy camp in the summer and actually help them with trying to fund some transportation as well. And with that, those students had the opportunity to spend a week at camp where they could actually see what are the plethora of opportunities that are available for careers in the aviation industry. It's not just being a pilot. And so those are things that they've done that are rather innovative. They've opened those doors, they've been open to that. And again, I think what's most important to this point is that they reached out proactively and they formed this committee and brought us in so that we could do that. Now, conversely, we did reach out and offer those same kind of opportunities to a metropolitan school district, and we got crickets in return. And I think that's important to note that. So also too, we've been able to have the opportunity to come to the school and actually see the staff and the administration and the teachers interact with students. And it's been very refreshing to see these students that live in this community. This is their school. This is a huge, huge part of their life at this season in their lives. And to be able to see that there's no social distance, which I love that, being able to see there's no social distance between the administration and the students. What you see instead is a collaborative effort on both the students' part and the administration for those students to be successful. So I would ask you to please carefully consider any action that you take that would shut down Howe High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Eddie Davis.
Good morning, all. I appreciate this opportunity to speak before you. I've kind of got a unique perspective there in the building. I'm currently the Director of Athletics there at Howe, but I also wear a number of hats. I'm also part of the Culture and Discipline team there in the building. I'm here to address the request to regain control of Howe and ultimately close the doors by IPS again. Being here kind of brings back some memories. The last time I was here in 1981, I was a student at Shortridge High School. At that time, IPS decided to close the doors of Shortridge High School. I remember banding the roughly 500 students, and we marched down Meridian Street with our little signs and protesting the decision. I was thinking about doing that same process, but it's not 1981, and those kind of things don't happen that freely now. So let's talk about that impact to the students, the parents, and the community. That was nothing short of catastrophic back then. So let's fast forward to 2013. I entered the building at Howe Community High School shortly after they opened. I hit the door, you know, everybody in the building is moving nonstop. Since then, it's been amazing to see the cultural and behavioral shift in the building and watch literally how students run to class to get to their seats on time. The academic and administrators in this building and our academic counselors have worked nonstop to bring our students back to grade level and increase the rigor of this school. You hear a bunch of data, but again, that's not what I'm here to spew as any data. I'm here to let you know what I've seen and what I've been working on. The avenues of pathways have put in place. And again, this is our plan. Pathways have been put in place. The Cambridge program has been put in place. And all of these things are working and moving forward. Let me go ahead and put in the cohesion that I've done with our academies, ROTC, dance, art, culinary, service learning, and student council. I've integrated all of those with my athletic program, ROTC, color guard, dance academy, performing before, after, during different games and events, the arts academy, decorating and doing things for our building, culinary, putting together meals and menus for our staff and for our meals prior to games. Student council and our service learning. Again, you've heard where they've put together and they run all of our extracurricular things, our field days and all of that. As we all know, athletics plays a big part in every school. We heard Jordan Murphy speak on his GPA. I have changed our GPA standards, which was once 1.8, which I believe is somewhere around the IPS standards and the IHSA standards. We have moved that to 2.7. All right. I've been able to introduce new coaches to our building where they have changed the code of conduct of all our student athletes. These players have been part of colleges here in town, Portia Green. I don't know if you remember the run that Ball State had, and they took down Pat Summitt in the Sweet 16 a number of years ago. But she's heading our girls' athletic program, basketball program. I'm also currently working with the district IPS athletic department, where we are infusing different avenues with middle school sports. We just hosted the middle school track and field championship for the first time. Also, for the first time in probably 20 years, we hosted the city wrestling tournament. And we did that in conjunction with Cathedral High School and a number of other high schools where we have building partnerships to kind of bridge the gap from different schools, to understand what they're doing in their athletic departments and let them get a feel of what we're doing in ours. I've also had a fond relationship with the commissioner, Robert Falkins, and the IHSAA. They are very fond of what has been happening in the direction of our athletic program. So in closing, you've heard our plan. It's working. So to review the plan of IPS to take the school over and close it kind of is, you know, it's kind of here we go again. There's been a plan in place. I believe IPS, the school closed, it reopened as a middle school, closed again. And I think you've heard our plan. The mission statement is there, and I would hope the board would think hard and correctly and use what's there in front of you to vote for Howe to stay open and try to access our own charter. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Eddie Davis, followed by Kendall Price.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I am a Howe graduate of 1977.
If you would come a little closer to the mics, just so the folks online can hear you. Thank you.
Not used to public speaking.
Absolutely.
I've been a long life Irvingtonian. This school's meant the world to everybody that I've ever known that's been a part of Howe. It's not just students. It's just not a building. It's a family. We're all connected together. I think that if this school closed, it would be a tragedy for the east side of Indianapolis. Other than that, I'm hoping that the passionate plea to keep this school open will fall on your hearts and understand it needs to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kendall Price, followed by James Taylor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, State Board. My name is Kendall Price. I serve as the Director of Student Engagement and After-School Programs for all three of our schools. I'm joined this morning by my colleague, who's also a member of our state team, along with myself, Rob King. He is our Director of Student Services, which encompasses the special ed department as well. Thank you, thank you for allowing me to speak publicly regarding the fate of our three schools, Manual, Howe, and Imadana. I have been part of our team since 2013 and appreciate the opportunity to provide some feedback to the board as you make this tough decision. After reading the PowerPoint plan from IPS, here's some things to consider. IPS is choosing to close Howe Community School. How devastating for 553 students who attend this school and call it home. Per their PowerPoint, IPS will shuffle the 553 current Howe students into 2 existing IPS middle schools and 4 existing IPS high schools using a guaranteed pipeline for placement. Regarding high school options, it states students can include or consider any of the 4 district-run schools, Attucks, Shortridge, Tech, and Washington. According to the IPS enrollment office, Shortridge and Attucks are based on a lottery system with limited seats that fill up fast. So as there is no guarantee to put these schools or to get into these schools. The leftover options within IPS are Tech and Washington. Of these options, Howe students will likely not attend George Washington. This is a West Side school clear across town. Not only would the bus ride likely be over 60 minutes one way, but this is a totally different community than where our students live and where they're from. Tech is a closer option. However, not all parents and students find Tech to be the best fit. Tech is an outdoor campus on 76 acres with 2,100 students on the Near East Side compared to Howe, with a smaller contained campus comprised of students who most live on the East Side. What will happen to approximately 300 current 9th, 10th, and 11th graders, should they not get into the lottery, not want to be educated across the city, and find tech to be a bad fit? One follow-up question to that: should students choose tech due to its proximity to their home? Is the city of Indianapolis ready for one big high school to support all East Side students? Would that be safe?
IPS wants to partner with Crystal House for Manual High School. And I think the message about this partnership is a little bit misleading. According to reports, these schools will operate as two entities in the same building. How will that work? Where will the Manual kids go? The third floor, and the Crystal House kids get the first and second floor? Will there be two separate basketball teams? What about graduation ceremonies? Will there be two of those for the Manual kids for this school number and the Crystal House kids for that school number? Seems a little bit, it just seems odd to me that that's the setup that this school will take when taking over Manual. The plan states that the current students will be allowed to graduate if they desire, but what about after 2023? According to Crystal House's enrollment office, students are accepted at their school based on a lottery system with limited seats that give preference to existing students. By numbers alone, there's no way approximately 600 current Manual students that are 9 through 12 can be absorbed in their K-12 network in that building. Many South Side students will have to attend another school when they don't get picked in the lottery, and for the first time in 125 years, Manual students will not be able to attend the local South Side neighborhood school. It appears Crystal House is taking over the campus of Manual, not the students of Manual in the South Side. I think about special education. Over the last 3 years, Crystal House has about 80 students, K-12 with special needs. Manual has 150, 9 through 12. How do we safely and effectively absorb these students into the school? CSUSA stepped into a challenging situation in 2012 with some tough schools. Since that takeover, CSUSA has remained consistent to the fight to turn around and stabilize these schools. They embrace every child, regardless of their baggage and their challenges or their life circumstances. And that'll continue on with Rethink Forward and Noble Education Initiative. As you make tough policy decisions, I pray your motivations are in the heart of what's best for students. The decision should not be about politics, buildings, and money. It should be about kids. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
Good morning, board members. My name is James Taylor, and I'm the CEO of the John Bonner Neighborhood Center that serves the east side of Indianapolis. And joining me is Andrew Green, who's the Assistant Executive Director of Shepherd Community Center. So between our two community centers, on an annual basis, we probably touch the lives of about 15,000 vulnerable residents within our neighborhood. Howe is in the neighborhood that both our community centers serve. I've had the fortune of serving this neighborhood for almost 22 years now. So I bring to you kind of that long perspective on that. Our organization is the lead agency in the federally designated Promise Zone, which included education that we submitted to the federal government to receive this 10-year designation. We're also the lead agency in a collective impact strategy around education known as the Indy East Achievement Zone. We also were critical in terms of helping to lead a neighborhood effort to create their own school model that led to the creation of a community-owned not-for-profit that later became the operator of the Thomas Gregg Neighborhood Schools. In all, we partner with 7 different schools, including public, charter, and innovation schools throughout our community. We are also the co-owner and developer of a $38 million project known as PR Mallory, which will be the future home for Purdue Polytechnic High School and Paramount School of Excellence. This campus will actually be just 2 miles away from the Howe campus itself. I would mention Paramount School of Excellence is one of the top-rated charter schools in Indianapolis. And for students that graduate from Purdue Polytechnic High School, if they meet the minimum standards to get entrance into Purdue University, they are automatically granted admission. So it's from this long lens that I offered these carefully considered comments on what I believe is best for our neighborhood, our children, and our families. I'm here to support IPS's proposal for the return of these schools to the district. And I support that proposal for the following 3 reasons. 1, while this proposal will be disruptive in the short term for many children and families who attend these schools, in the long term, families and communities are better served when there is local control, accountability, and to the community in which these schools serve. Secondly, IPS is in a very much different place than it was when these schools were taken over by the state. That bears worth repeating. IPS has shown a remarkable creativity, innovation, and results from the changes it has undergone over the last 6 years. This isn't your dad's IPS anymore. Thirdly, IPS understands and embraces partners like us who have many tools, services, and assets to bring to the table to make sure every school is a place of academic excellence. They understand that children come from community and how important that relationship is between the schools and the neighborhood it serves. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Good morning. Just to echo further James and the community center support, like you mentioned, I'm Andrew Green. I'm the Assistant Executive Director at Shepherd, and we are grateful for the opportunity to share with you this morning. For those who aren't familiar with Shepherd, as James mentioned, the partnership that they have in so many ways on the Near East Side, Shepherd also has been in the neighborhood for the past 34 years, and we journey alongside kids and families and empower them to break the cycle of poverty. And we're located about a mile from Howe, and we've had actually many interactions over the years with Howe, from sending our staff and pastors into the building to help with grief counseling when a significant loss happened in the school, to having middle school and high school after-school programs on site at Howe, as well as to supporting their students and their families who go there in multiple wraparound services. And so we, as James mentioned, will continue to be here for those students and for the families and for what's best for them. And we know that IPS is saddened by the current situation, and we are committed to work alongside them to maintain this important asset in the community. So we stand ready as a community center, and as James mentioned, as partners with IPS to be a part of a reuse committee for our neighbors and our community to help support these families and these children. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joe Mount, followed by Peggy Hinckley.
Good morning.
It was the height of the 2016 primary election season during my first year as an English teacher at Imadana Middle School. I had come in as part of a brand new team of teachers to replace an entire 8th grade team that had left the previous year, and was doing my part to teach a curriculum that was engaging, rigorous, and culturally relevant. We spent weeks deconstructing televised debates, analyzing public statements for style and tone, and critically thinking about complex issues in the media according to an established curriculum map provided by CSUSA. While Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump moved into the general election, my students were following closely, making arguments and counter-arguments for their favorite candidate when CSUSA's standardized assessment arrived. As mandated, I stopped our unit of study on the election to administer a test on the Everglades. Every month, Charter Schools USA sent out these network-wide tests, the intention behind them being to gauge student growth on the standards identified in their curriculum map. Despite my best efforts and the efforts of my colleagues, we came to dread these tests, not only due to their intrusion on the curriculum we developed following their guidelines, but also because the tests were fundamentally damaging to our effectiveness as educators. This was not the only time that decision makers from several states away proved their education efforts were entirely irrelevant to the students of Indianapolis and ineffective. The next year, after a new batch of teachers arrived to replace those who had left, we were informed of a new standardized testing system that the charter company would employ. The test was shorter, but was now required to occur every 2 weeks, and there was a disturbing drop in the quality of these tests. Incorrectly written questions, missing instructions, wrong answers, and nothing we said or did reached the charter offices in Florida. Locally, the leadership was just as baffled as we were. An incorrectly written test was sent back to our school by CSUSA 3 weeks in a row, not because it was necessary, but because the for-profit charter world demanded data, even at the expense of student trust and accomplishment. The hard work and consistent sacrifice of dedicated teachers and staff members were routinely thwarted by several degrees of detachment and no method of holding these decision makers accountable. It wasn't until a year later, working to facilitate this board's community task force, that I was able to witness the scope of this failed structure. As a new teacher at Emma Donnan, I initially thought it was innovative and responsive that this company was able to change a testing structure so quickly. As a fellow with the state board, I reviewed the performance of these schools and was shocked at the pattern of experimentation that has continually failed Indianapolis, with generations of students continuing to fall farther behind. We trusted this company to guide these schools toward turnaround, but their methods have failed our city. After 8 years, the inconsistency in methodology, the lack of growth on accountability measures, and the inability to implement an effective turnaround effort have proven the structure of a for-profit, out-of-state education company has failed. My experience in these schools, both as a teacher and a community facilitator, has led me to the conclusion the option to allow CSUSA to continue operating Donnan, Manual, or Howe would further erode the trust of these communities and, far worse, hinder the success of yet another generation of our students. The answer seems obvious. The results of this community task force were fairly conclusive. When the choice was to close the schools or allow CSUSA to continue operating them, the overwhelming consensus was to do what it took to keep the doors of the schools open. But IPS has since developed a new option for the schools. And after studying their progress over the last year and their plans for improvement, I wholeheartedly endorse the option to return Donnan, Manual, and Howe to IPS. There are incredible teachers and staff members at that school, several of whom I worked with here in the audience today, working tirelessly to address the needs of their students. I urge you to return control to them. Allow the teachers, neighborhoods, and communities to take back ownership of their schools in a manner that allows them to hold their leaders to account. Allow students the choice to participate in an educational system and curriculum that's relevant to them and their communities. Allow IPS to collaborate with local organizations and community leaders and families to create schools that promote student growth and success. The IPS option and the plan they've prepared enacts the vision of the community engagement first set out by this board through their task force initiative. The innovative system and local control introduce an element of accountability completely missing under the current structure. But most importantly, it removes our students from an environment of experimental education with no accountability and no sustainable improvements. As an educator, a resident of the neighborhood, and an advocate for the city's marginalized, I urge the board to vote to return these schools to IPS.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Peggy Hinckley. I'm a 45-year Indiana educator, 30 as a superintendent in the state, the last 11 at Warren. 2013, I was the interim superintendent at IPS. 17 and 18, I was the 17-month emergency manager at Gary. Last 3 years, I worked collaboratively with NEI and these 3 schools to improve their results. In 2012, when I was a practicing superintendent, I visited these schools at the invitation of the DOE, and they were in chaos. But when I went to IPS as the interim in 2013, I learned there were 24 more schools that were DNF, that were not able to serve the struggling students that were there. So as we've listened to a lot of talk, you have the data results, because ultimately our job is to teach kids to read, write, and do math on grade level. Let's look at the data from the DOE website on how well NEI schools have performed. When you look at iLearn results in 2019, Emma Donnan Elementary and Middle School outperformed every IPS Innovation Network school. The only schools that performed better were the gifted schools. I'd also point out that Phelan, who has had key schools since when I left IPS, has 2.5% proficiency on iLearn, and the new school they're proposing, Adelante, I'm sorry if I said it wrong, has no experience in Indiana, nor do we have data. Page 2, I learned results at Emma Donnan and the middle outperformed all the network schools with IPS in ELA and math. And here's the curious thing, I read 75% proficiency. We outperformed the other 3 network innovation schools, but for whatever reason, IPS renewed their agreements. But why would you not renew the agreement of Emma Donnan, which outperformed all of them? That doesn't pass the test of common sense. Page 3, I-Step 10 graduation result. Howe had the highest results, and we're talking about closing that school. When you look at the other schools, and I know that Crystal House is one of the folks, their proficiency was 7.9, ours is 7.2. Not very far behind, but I would suggest Crystal House serves a very different child than we do on the east side of Indianapolis. And I was a resident there for 10 years, and I loved working at Warren with kids that were tough to work with. And so when you look at this, the notion that IPS is going to let these kids go to 4 IPS-run schools, Attucks and Shortridge are lottery schools. If you go on Enroll Indy, they have no seats in them currently. So you're not gonna go an hour to Washington. It's a D school, you're gonna end up at Tech. And so when you look at that, the most vulnerable kids will dissipate. I know what's happened to the east side of Indianapolis. I live there. And how in this environment of a smaller school will be successful. So I'm here to say to you, the data doesn't lie. NEI has produced the results in the book that I learned from, if you're good at what you do, you're allowed to continue. So I would urge you to vote down. I don't believe IPS has the capacity currently to take these schools and give them to partners, because as we have proven, we outperformed all those partners. So I would ask today that you vote down IPS's proposal and give NEI the opportunity to pursue a charter and continue this success with kids that need our help. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Thomas Carr Howe. My name is Clayton Edens. I'm the senior Army instructor at Thomas Carr Howe High School. I'm a 26-year veteran of the United States Army, and I've been teaching JROTC in Indianapolis for 12 years. Our mission is to motivate young people to become better citizens. We teach citizenship. Both the program at Howe and Manual have consistently had opening enrollments of over 100 cadets that equates to about 25 to 30% of my high school population. Major General Wells is unable to attend this morning. However, he spoke with representatives at U.S. Army Cadet Command at Fort Knox, Kentucky, and sent information I feel is very important for the board to hear prior to making decisions about the impact of the closure on the current JROTC programs at Howe and Manual. Here's the information he obtained. Neither program is affiliated with IPS JROTC. Both Howe and Manual programs are established and funded as independent programs. Both report directly to 7th Brigade U.S. Army Cadet Command. If closed, programs will not, I said will not, arbitrarily move under IPS or other school operators. A formal request is required to make that happen. Consideration is given to the pending priority list comprised of schools that have applied and are awaiting funding for that list, and that list can be 5 to 7 years. Cadet impact. There is no guarantee any of our cadets will be moved to other existing IPS programs. In my 12 years in Indianapolis, IPS has dropped from 7 JROTC programs down to the current 4. Programs are capped based on the number of cadets, and formal approval is needed from Cadet Command to raise that cap. There is no guarantee cadets will be able to keep their ranks that they have earned. Cadets will not be able to maintain their current positions, such as battalion commander, command sergeant major, first sergeant, rifle team, color guard, drill team, raiders, robotics. All funding and equipment must be returned to the United States Army, and Cadet Command has no current plans to open new units in the state of Indiana. Bubba Duham says, in the end, you can serve only what you love. You love only what you understand. You understand only what you have been taught. Thank you.
Sarah Hopkins, followed by Daniel Bruceland.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Sarah Hopkins, and I'm here to speak on support of Manual under the guidance of NEI. So I currently serve as the math interventionist at Manual High School, and as of right now, there are 23 open math positions in IPS looking for math teachers. In the state of Indiana, there are over 50. I choose to be at Manual. I am there because I love the students and I love the culture. I do not love the building. I would teach these students anywhere. I love the administration and the people I work with. I am not the only one that stays. Our entire staff stays because we love where we are, we love the students we work with, and we love the people we work for. We stay because we have that passion for our students, our mission, and especially our community. IPS gave up on these students. They saw them failing, decided they couldn't do anything, and they gave up. They gave up on the community. And they've made it clear over and over that they do not value our students. NEI and CSUSA took over this school when it was an F, and they loved these students, and they believed that these students could be people, that they could be productive members of society, and they could be amazing human beings. They are worthy and they are capable, and we have always believed that of them. Whether as a school we have been an F or we have been a C. So we have loved and we have worked with these students and communities, and now that we are finally improving, IPS wants us back. Our school right now stands about 8 students away from a B if those 8 students pass their math I-STEP. We're only about 15 to 20 students away from being an A. Our growth is one of the highest in the city. Our college and career readiness program maxes out the state points every year. And the only thing keeping us from attaining a grade of A in this school is a state proficiency test the state itself admits is a problem. Despite the fact that this is how our grade is made, our staff has accepted that, and as a group believes enough of our students that every day for 30 minutes, everyone on our staff teaches math. Because we believe that these students can, if given the opportunity, rise to any level that we set for them. So while I hold the title of math interventionist at Manual High School, our entire staff has taken ownership of that position. The entire staff and culture believe that our students can do this, and we continue to work and improve our students. Now that the hard groundwork is done, we've raised ourselves from an F to a C. We're students away from being an A. Now is the time that IPS wants us back. The hard work is done, and now it's a smooth sail to the A. It will take a few years, but it will happen. They didn't want it 3 years ago. They didn't want it a year ago. They didn't want it 6 months ago. But now that we want it, they want it back. Now that it has shown value, IPS wants to come in and take over for the remaining final easy lap. These students should not be taken from their home. These are my students. Every morning, I love going to work. I see them, I smile at them, right? As teachers, it's our job to make sure that our students uphold all of our expectations. I enjoy spending time with my students, whether it is teaching them trig or calculus, or whether it is telling them to put their phone away and make sure that they're paying attention and ask them whether or not they ate breakfast and why they're not on their game today. All of these interactions are important, and our students being shuffled over to tech because they didn't make a lottery causes a problem. As far as all of these community members go, our school has always been open and our principals have always made it clear. Anyone's welcome to walk through our school. We welcome people seeing our change. We love our students, and if our community members are so concerned, why have they not visited? Why have they not seen the change that we see? IPS sees manual as a building. My students, federal staff, and members, and I see manual as a community. If IPS gets manual back, they will destroy everything that we have already built. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Giesling, and I'm speaking on behalf of TC Howe High School. I'm here to say how TC Howe has changed me and my friends. For starters, TC Howe has changed a lot in the past years, and everything gotten better. Why Howe? Well, we have some of the best programs like JROTC, Student Council, the Cambridge program, the sports, and many more. Due to these programs, we get a lot of family support. If IPS were to take over the school, we would no longer have the programs we have now. The reason I personally stay at Howe is due to having a family with all my teachers and staff, not just in the ROTC program, but everybody. And that is also why I believe most people stay at Howe. And I would like to deter the rest of my time to Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Dre Harding.
Hello, my name is Dre Harding, and I've been going to TC Howe for 4 years. I think that the school should stay open because over the years, I have noticed that most of the students have developed bonds, have made bonds with the teachers and staff there, and these teachers and staff have motivated these students to keep going, to keep trying, and to stay in the school. The teachers have motivated to never give up no matter what happens, and if the school were to close now, most of the students there would drop out or give up on school because they no longer have these bonds that keep them motivated to stay in school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I started working at Edina in 2012 as a support staff member. Now I'm a part of the state and regional team. At the very beginning, we had students that showed up with weapons, drugs, and no will to conform to new discipline structures set by staff and administration. Our patience, time, and dedication allowed us to come to a point where there's a positive learning environment at Edina, Manual, and Howe. We've worked so hard for the last 7 years trying to improve the quality of education, atmosphere, and family engagement. Are we perfect? No. But we made strides that we can be proud of, such as working towards no schools on the failing list. Again, working towards no schools on the failing list. That did not happen overnight. How can you say that you're for the students and this will be a smooth transition? We know that this type of change will disrupt the learning environments and our students will suffer from it. I'm not here to debate who is better. Again, I'm not here to debate who is better, but I am here to say that our schools have improved from where they were 7 years ago. We were able to pack over 1,200 snack packs that went home with students with Edina and Emmanuel over the winter break with the help of our faith-based and community partners, and has done so for the last 7 years. A few years ago, Heather Johnson, our beloved guidance counselor at Edina, passed away. And every year, her family, who resides in Fort Wayne, Indiana, continue to donate laptop, iPad, case to the school. Why do they do this, you ask? It's because they're invested in our school and they have seen the impact the students have had on their daughter and the love she's had for Edina. If time permitted, I could go on and on about other great partnerships. Please do not allow the IPS plan to go through. Please allow us to continue our work. We have and continue to work hard. We have and continue to achieve greatness with no excuses.
Good morning.
Morning.
I come to you today once again as a strong supporter and advocate for Charter Schools USA. It seems like Groundhog Day. We've been doing this over and over and over. I must tell you that the characterization of the way that I feel today is disappointed and frustrated. I'm frustrated because this board, based upon the recommendation of your own task force, voted to allow and you directed that Charter Schools USA seek a charter and that they would remain as the operator of Manual, T.C. Howe, and Emma Donnan. Last month, in a last-ditch Hail Mary, 11th hour fashion, IPS attempted to usurp what you had already decided. They, IPS, pitched a new plan for Emma Donnan and by implication, a plan for Manual as well. The plan that they pitched, this board voted on and against 8-1. Major reasons and logic why I believe you voted overwhelmingly against this concept was because of your own task force findings and recommendations. And, as noted by many board members, this plan was far too late in the decision cycle. We are now 4 months out from the end of this academic year. The IPS plan that they're going to pitch today is essentially the same plan that they pitched last month, except now they have revealed that they're going to close T.C. Howe. Please be mindful that this is what you already voted against. Not moving forward with Charter Schools USA and NEI would mean bringing to the end of our 102-year-old JROTC program at Emmerich Manual. I implore you to remain consistent with your confidence in Charter Schools USA and NEI and allow us to continue to be as successful as we have been for the past 8 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Brittany Anashik. I am the reading specialist and English team lead at Emmerich Manual High School. I am also the parent of a first grade student who goes to Emma Donnan. This is his picture on their website. My kid does not sit still for anything, but he sits in class every day. He loves his school. He comes home excited to tell me about what they did. I have been teaching for 8 years, 4 of those at Manual and the 4 before that at IPS. I am a product of IPS, a 2004 graduate of Broad Ripple High School. One of the students that I have connected most with, his name is Tyron. I met him at John Marshall in IPS when he was a 7th grader. This kid was on a fast track to nowhere. He has a reading disability and used his behaviors to deflect from the fact that he was bullied and other kids called him stupid. When I came to Manual was his freshman year and he transferred as well, unbeknownst to me at the time. I had him for 2 years in class. Through diligent work and the dedication of myself, this boy and our staff, he has found his voice, he is going to college, and he has great dreams. There are others just like him following in his footsteps that are now freshmen, sophomores, and juniors that our staff cares just as much about and is working just as hard to see them succeed. I'm not sure where the neighborhood folks that have spoke to you today are getting their data, because I have not once seen them in our halls. I have not seen them interact with our students. I work there. I spend my days there and often into the night. I am often the last one to leave because I am there for tutoring. I am there for boot camps, and I can say that of many other of the teachers in this room. We put everything we have into these kids, and we watch them put everything they have into themselves. We are doing great things. We are at the forefront of the social emotional learning movement that is taking place in our community and in our schools. We actively integrate social emotional learning strategies for our students every day. I have been on the committee at our school and have been doing this for the past year. They work, and our kids are grateful for it. We have the iLead program, which brings our student leaders to the forefront and helps them assist and lead their peers, not only encouraging their peers to do better, but making those students better people and more effective citizens. We have a food pantry that services our students and community and keeps a lot of our kids who would not otherwise have food in their stomachs from going hungry. Crystal House, partnered with IPS, currently has a plan to take over Manual and merge the schools. It has been rumored that this effectively means that because the numbers don't match up, they would be phasing out the high school students. Where else are our kids supposed to go? Where else are our teachers supposed to go? Our students are already underprivileged and in a low-income society, and this would give them less of an equal opportunity for success. IPS has given inconsistent statements over their intentions with Manual for the last 4 years that I have been here. How can we trust that they will choose now to do the right thing and that they have the best interests of our students at heart? We have built something very important here with NEI and CSUSA. Something more than the name of a building or dollar signs. Regardless of your decision, Manual will remain a school. But under new leadership, what happens to our staff and students? Will the rumors of phasing out the high school stand? Will you tear a family apart and have our kids without their home? You have the power to change lives. Please do so for the better. Let our family remain whole. Let us remain successful. Allow us to continue to pursue our charter under the guidance of NEI. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Dillenbach, and I'm representing the Garfield Park Neighbors Association. And joining me is Michelle Salinas, also Garfield Park neighbor, and she is the director of So Windy Quality Life Plan. I am the ex-president of the Garfield Park Neighbors Association and currently vice president. I have lived in Garfield Park for more than 20 years, and I've seen the neighborhood change quite a bit. The older neighbors are moving out and the young families are moving in, and it makes for a great diverse neighborhood. As you are aware, our neighborhood is surrounded by 3 schools, Emma Donnan, Crystal House Academy, and Manual High School. In fact, I live so close to Manual High School, I can sit on my porch and listen to the football games on Friday nights. Unfortunately, I see new young neighbors bus their children to schools or their parents drive them to school north of the city because the Southside students haven't received the attention that they should in the past. Our children deserve the same quality of education as our northern neighbors. Today is the day to make that happen. The Garfield neighborhood and all the surrounding neighborhoods all support the move to IPS for both Emma Donna and Manual. We are especially excited about the potential partnership with Crystal House and Manual because of their high expectations of their students. We want to have again the accountability, the local representation, and the community support for our schools. This is what our children need. The move will give our children the best opportunity to succeed in their future careers. I hope you listen to the neighborhoods and approve this move to IPS. Thank you.
And again, my name is Michelle Strauss-Salinas. I'm the director of the South Indy Quality of Life Plan, and if I may say a few words, I'm also a Garfield Park neighbor. I have served in community development and education for the past 20 years, and as a former IPS teacher, I can testify that IPS teachers are accountable to growth of their low and high achieving students. The ultimate goal of K through 12, of course, is to graduate our students and put them on pathways to careers. I was very saddened to learn that Manual High School has failed to be accountable to their low achieving students and that they chose to use a loophole to falsify their graduation rates. We deserve better, and I also ask that we return these schools to IPS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michael Weber, and I'm the band director and orchestra director and the fine arts department chair at Manual High School. I have currently been there for 11 years, and prior to that, I was at Shortridge Middle School for 4 years and Farrington Middle School for 1 year. So I've worked within IPS for about 8 years before the turnaround happened, and CSUSA had come into play. Manual High School, since I've been there, has been an open book. From the moment I got there, the second year in which I was working there was the year that Matt Tolley was able to come in and literally write an open book about Manual High School, a failing school inside of an inner city area. And since CSUSA has taken over, they have been an open book and have allowed multiple people to come in and to exploit what's going on in there. Nobody's been trying to hide anything. Manual since day one has always been open. And what I've noticed, and I want to give you an eyewitness account of my time at being at Manual and where we are currently. Back when I came in as a band director there, I was the 5th teacher of that band program in the 2 years from before me. And so coming into that situation, the program was down, the student count was down, accountability was down for the music department. But in working cohesively with the choir director that was there, Spencer Lloyd, we were able to grow our music program and see exponential growth and exponential buy-in from our students. And then through the writings of Matthew Tolley and the book, we saw the miracle at Manual. Christmas at Manual, and when we had over 3,000 people come, where the police officers wrote tickets to Manual High School because we shut down Madison Avenue because of the growth that was there. Now that happened because somebody came in and said, look, there's an issue here at Manual. We need to get behind Manual and support them because there are teachers there that care for the students. There are students there that need to be loved and that need to have the education they need. And then the next following years, whenever the turnaround started to happen. And we decided that such a change needed to take place, that we needed to have CSUSA come in, or an outside company come in. That would happen to be CSUSA. From the time that CSUSA has come in, they have implemented a lot of programs and structures to really help our students become successful and to start reaching and achieving some of the goals they were unable to do under IPS. My room, if you look at Manual, it's in the shape of a U or a C. And my room is in this farther corner over here, and I usually take a walk every day and go all the way over to the gymnasium that's located over here, and I come back. And I do that for just good exercise. But in doing that, I get to see the classes, and I get to see the building, and I get to see the students. Part of that's to keep that relationship I have with the students. Part of it's to see what's going on in the building and get a feel. Here's a feeling of what it was when it was IPS. As I'd leave my classroom, immediately outside of my room, just beyond double doors, is a stairwell. Every day, it was filled with smoke. As I'd walk down that hallway a little further, I'd get up by the front offices and the guidance offices. I'd walk by multiple restrooms. Every day, they were filled with smoke. There were cigarette burns on the stools. There was just an atmosphere of nobody cared. Whenever I first started teaching, students would leave Manual on a regular basis. You'd see them walking out the doors. Nobody would try to stop them. They would just walk out the doors and go everywhere. Students wouldn't show up to class. Students would go wherever students wanted to go. Students would do whatever students wanted to do. And as I continued that path all the way over to the gym, we have a second floor gym. We referred to that oftenly as teachers as the glaucoma wing. So if you had a problem with your vision, you'd often go hang out over there and you were in a better position. CSUSA came in. Day one, they put in structures. They put on alarms on the doors so that we could keep track of who's leaving and who's entering our building. That also came around the time, of course, of more security for schools and everything else. But it was because they knew the students were leaving and there was no accountability for where the students were at. And so they put those structures in place. They put programs in place and brought in campus monitors to help monitor our classes and help, not classes, but our hallways and to clean that area up. Today, as you leave my classroom, you can walk from my room all the way to the gym without the fear of smelling smoke. You can go into any restroom and not find a loitering group of kids hanging out. You can go to the auditorium and not have to worry about kids hunkering down. You can see a high school that has been turned around culturally and academically because now there's structures in place where the kids can focus on their academics and continue to grow, whereas under IPS, it was a free world. You do what you want. The kids enjoyed it because they got to do whatever they wanted. Often our kids leave, they'll go to tech, but they'll come right back because they understand that, oh, they care about me here at Manual High School. They care for what I am. I'm not a number. I'm not lost in the big groups of people. I can actually get my education. These teachers want the best for me. And that's what I've noticed while being a teacher at Manual High School for 11 years. Thank you.
Good
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to be here and my colleagues a chance to be here today. I'm Jackie Sissel, Community Engagement Director for Noble Education Initiative. And before I came here, I worked for the Office of School Improvement and Turnaround. Remember those days, Pat? And so I've seen this from the beginning. I saw when the turnaround began and when we began to evaluate and rescue kids that were trapped in failing schools. Some of the folks in here now are trying to stop the trajectory of these kids, and they were nowhere around. I don't remember seeing any of them when these schools were chronically failing. They were ambivalent to the future of Manual, Donnan, and especially our beloved Howe, the one that struggled the most. This board had the courage to take over these schools. We went to work, and Charter Schools USA answered the call to begin the difficult work of changing these schools. With the support of NEI, we are still here. Everyone else had left. Our staff, our parents, and our beautiful kids fought to get out of failing status at all three of our schools. It was ugly at times. There were tears at times. We laughed at times, but we all made it. Before these folks came along, we've been working. We know we serve kids that need things. We've bought shoes, we bought coats, we've bought food. We still, though, hold our kids to higher standard, and they are reaching higher. Our kids are more than numbers and graphs. Erin Schaus from the South Side, I've never seen her tutor at our schools. I've never seen her bring food. I've never seen her attend a game. Where was she and her group when our kids were failing? I don't know, I ain't seen her. And then to close Howe, so the East Side takes another hit. We buried a student last week from the East Side. The kids at Howe have challenging lives. That school is a haven for them. We take busloads of them to college campuses so they can see themselves there. They are more than numbers and charts. We are trying to help them live when they leave us. And I want to note that there are no parents here saying that they want their kids returned back to IPS here today. Give us a chance to keep working. That's all we ask for. Thank you.
Nancy Tyndall, followed by Jeff Fuller.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Tyndall Sponsel, and I'm here as a representative of the Irvington Halloween Festival and the Irvington community. Thomas Carr Howe High School is community school, is a long-promised school to Irvington. Built on 25 acres, Howe has educated East Side and Irvington students for the last 80 years. Howe has been identified with Irvington and Irvington with Howe. Closing it will change the fabric of Irvington and the East Side forever. I ask that you remember that there is more to a school than just education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jeff Fuller.
What was that one, Brian?
Jeff Fuller. Old Southside Neighborhood Association. Ed Maher. Ed Maher.
Good morning.
Good morning. In order to save some time for
for this board. I've asked Terry Garcia, who is in a sister organization, the one I'm representing, we'll make a joint statement. I'm Ed Mahern, Southside resident, and also a board member of SEND, Southeast Neighborhood Development Corporation, which is a CDC that operates in the Garfield Park, Bean Creek, Bates Hendricks, Old South Side, and several other organizations, the latest being the Twin Air area. Terry Garcia represents the Southeast Community Services, which represents pretty much the same area. So the Southeast Neighborhood Development, SEND, and the Southeast Community Services, both nonprofit community organizations created by neighbors to revitalize the near south side of Indianapolis. SEND and Southeast Community Services works for and alongside residents, business owners to enhance the quality of life on the Southeast Indianapolis. Quality education choices are critical for thousands of families living in the SEND and Southeast Community Service area. SEND has attended and SECS attending meetings on the subject and have heard from our neighbors, which include taxpayers and voting citizens. The community has raised significant concerns about the ability of Charter School USA to properly educate the students and strongly oppose any option that would cost more money in public funding than turning these schools back over to IPS. SEND and Southeast Community Service support the neighborhood's desire and the IPS plan to integrate students from Emma Donnan Middle School and Emmerich Manual High School. SEND and Southeast Community Services excited about the opportunity to collaborate with IPS to ensure Southeast Indy residents have all relevant information during the transition and allow us to serve as a convener for any public information sessions. As a nonprofit developer and service community organization, we work for and answer to our neighbors for 37 years. We've worked to change and a chance to work with IPS on all possible reuse existing, that any future development aligns with community priorities. That is from Kelly Margot, the president of SEND. Once again, Terry Garcia.
Right. I just ditto everything. He said our acronym many times, so basically the same message.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Portia Edwards, followed by Sean Tucker.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm the mother of a fourth grader at Emma Donnan. 3 years ago, we were displaced from Ohio, and it was hard on her. She didn't want to be here, but Emma Donnan gives her that family and replaces what we lost. They care for her as she is their own child. I can rely on them for anything. Getting here today, they were there for me. My child learned to read at that school. I went there when it was an IPS school. And I'm happy that she gets to be there. She's on the basketball team. She passed her reading test with no problem. She does fit club after school. She cried for 2 weeks when her teacher left because she was her favorite, and she was the one who helped her when we moved here. If you turn it back over to IPS, I fear that she's not going to have that closeness that she has from everybody that's there for her. She's only 10. She lost everything 3 years ago when we were displaced. I don't want to take what she has away from her. And I know that just my child is not what you're here for. But every other child in that school is also there. And we're a family. And Madonna is important to us. I have an 8th grader going to high school next year. He was supposed to attend Howe.
where will it go now? If you close them, this 8th grader has a lengthy IEP, probably about as long as y'all's notes today. Looking for a school for him is important, and it has to be a perfect school. And there's no way that my 14-year-old, that's no taller than this podium, is going to tech. They have too many children now. I need for my children to be safe at school and feel like every single teacher in that school is there for them. Because without our teachers on our side, our children may fail. I've had a child in Manual. It was IPS owned then. He didn't graduate because of 6 elective credits. Why? Why wasn't he helped more? When I brung up several times that he needed help, why was them elective credits not allowed for him to continue? No one seen it important to make sure he graduated. And at 18, he walked out. I have a child at Tech that they will not allow me to remove because it's important for a child to stay in a high school for all 4 years. She has been maced several times this year. I fear for my child's safety at that school. She tries her hardest. The other day, she came home from school from Tech telling me that children were bullying her and racist. The school has not contacted me back. Will my younger children go through this when you turn our schools back to IPS? Will they be racist comments toward them and bullied? You have to think about our children in our neighborhood. When we were displaced, we came here, we lived in Garfield Park. We're on the west side. My 10-year-old, again, she's on the basketball team in Madonna. Will you bus her from the west side to a school that I can have her at, that I feel comfortable with? Because I don't want her in a school that's failing. And the reading schools at our school are great. You can't tell me the data doesn't lie. My child learned to read in that school. Our 3rd graders did excellent last year. Don't take our families away from us. We all love our schools, and we believe NEI is doing great. And we believe that even with a 1-year extension, we could get a better charter if that's what's needed. But don't return us back to IPS. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am Sean Tucker, speaking on behalf of TC Howe. I'm actually the dance coach for TC Howe. I've been with TC Howe now since the beginning of the school year, but I've followed TC Howe over the past few years as I've had students in my dance program outside of Howe that were students there, currently students there. So I've had the inside scoop and outside scoop. Being on the inside, I see that TC Howe is a family. By closing down TC Howe, you break up that family. These students come in every day with the initiative to move forward and to grow and to better themselves. By taking them outside of this school, it can truly crush that. It can take them backwards. And then what do? These students have no idea what's going to hit them once they exit the doors of TC Howe. Keeping TC Howe open gives these students opportunity for growth, opportunity to better themselves, and I see it. I see the staff, I see myself as a coach there to hold these students accountable and to make a difference. Working with these students personally, I've watched students go from, grades at a D or F to A's and B's now. These students know that they have something to work towards because they have staff, they have coaches, administrators behind them that are there to push them and that, like I said, hold them accountable for everything that they do. So I'm asking that you guys as a board reconsider moving them over to IPS and keep TC Howe open and push forward for the charter. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. Well, it's almost afternoon now. First of all, I want to thank you for giving me these few minutes to be up here to speak about. I'm confused because I'm hearing give it back to IPS and or stay with the charter schools. I'm so confused because I have not one but 2 students at Howe, and my kids, they didn't have the learning problems and things like that. They could actually go anywhere they want to, but they choose to go to Howe. I have my daughter, she's a sophomore. She's a high honor roll student. As of right now, she's a 4.0, and I'm very proud of her. But we came from IPS 51. I believe it was 4th grade. Every Wednesday, I found out they had my daughter downstairs teaching kindergarten. My daughter, a 4th grader. And I actually went on a radio program, and I talked about it because I'm still waiting on my check because my daughter didn't get paid for teaching kindergarten. And I mean, I'm serious. This is how bad the teachers were. Every holiday they would send home the bright flyers of, what's happening, or there's a party, or this or that. But then when you get the information about how bad the teachers are doing, that was real quiet. There was no confetti on it, just a plain black and white paper. But I read everything. And every year that they were at 51, IPS 51, those teachers failed every time. They were on probation for something. I'm like, I just want to know, what are they on probation for what? Was it academic probation? Was it something with the kids sexually, or I don't know. Is it a criminal thing? I want to know what's going on with the kids. I never got a response about that, just as I never got that check for my daughter teaching kindergarten every Wednesday. At Howe, like I said, my daughter and my son, they could go anywhere because they're great students. They choose to be at Howe. They have a personal relationship with not just a couple teachers, with all the teachers. I even have a personal relationship with them. Miss Emery brought me to tears up here. I was proud of what Coach Z came up here and talked about, Mr. Sparks. I just think it's really stupid. My thing is, what comes from the heart reaches the heart, and I've always been taught, if it's not broke, you better not fix it. What are you touching it for? It's working. They telling you it's working. The last thing I want to say is, if you do give it back to IPS, and they've already told you all that they're going to close it, is this just one more building that they don't have to build? Because the more schools that they're closing, the more prisons that they're building. Make it make sense to me, because it's not. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Getting tired of this yet? It's a long day. I'm Gordon Grinnell. I'm a retired attorney, and I graduated from Manual High School 66 years ago this week. It's been a while. Prior to that, I had 8 years in PS 72, which is now in Madonna, and my wife graduated from Howe in 1957, so I'm interested in the subject matter. 1968, 69, I was president of the Alumni Association, and I was involved at Manual. I was involved with it for 20, 30 years or so. I've been raising money, building crowds, giving free legal advice, all of that for Manual for the last 50 years. I watched it through its really successful years, great years. 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, great years for Manual. And then I watched IPS run it down. If you read Matt Tolley's book, worked with Matt quite a bit while he was at Manual that year, and his book, but he sets it all out, how IPS ran Manual and Howe and the other schools as low as you could possibly get. The students were the last consideration. So any idea, and they keep coming with new schemes like this one with Crystal House, trying to get rid of Manual and Howe. But the thing that really turned it around was you people. When you decided 8, 9 years ago for the state to take over. And since that time, Manual has really progressed. Howe's progressed. Emma Donnan has really progressed. Emma Donnan had shootings and why? It was just a terrible place. Hard place to send your kids. Manual had armed police in the hallways all the time, uniformed police. It's not there now. They're decent schools now. The kids are normal teenage kids getting along well. So all I'm here to do after all these years of supporting Manual is ask you not to fall for this latest IPS scheme. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Rosales, and I'm a junior supporting Emmerich Manual High School. I'm new to Indiana. I moved here 2 years ago, and it was Emmerich that welcomed me with open arms. When I think of Manual, I think of success, motivation, and inspiration. The staff at this school are not only there as workers, but they're family. They're role models, they're parental figures for those who don't have parents to support them. There are many people at our school who don't even speak English, and it is because at Emmerich Manual High School, we go above and beyond to help these people succeed. It is because of our school and our people that they have paved the path for our future. And people like me and others here are here to support that. We don't want change. We do not want change. And it is because of this that I am here today to talk to all of you that we do not want change. Why change something that is already working, as stated before? I'm a proud Emmerich Manual High School student, and I want to walk the stage as an Emmerich Manual High School student. I am proud to be wearing this uniform, and you don't know how high we can fly. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nguyen Yang. I'm speaking in support of Manual High School. I'm currently a senior working towards getting my diploma with both academic honors and technical honors with Manual. I've been blessed to experience great success under the wing of Emmerich Manual High School and its current provider. Out of 8 siblings, only 2 of my sisters graduate high school. Both of my sisters graduated high school from Manual as a valedictorian and salutatorian. They're proud Manual alumni, and because of Manual, they are doing well in UPI college right now. Counselors and teachers here at Manual want the best for their kids and push students to reach their full potential. Believe me when I say they do not give up on their kids, even when the kids give up on themselves. An example of manual support system are the English as a second language courses. Although I'm not personally enrolled in them, I've seen many of my Burmese friends come to manual not able to understand any English, but are now doing very well with their speaking and in all of their classes. I feel supported by the Manual's Junior ROTC program, which has been in existence for over 100 years. In this program, I gained self-confidence, leadership skills. I was always a shy person who would avoid any type of spotlight moment like right now, and was always just a follower, not a leader. I wouldn't be standing here before you if it wasn't for the self-confidence and leadership skills ROTC has helped me gain and my love for my school. Manual is a very diverse school. Students' body are made of all races and ethnicities. That the diversities help foreigners like me myself feel welcomed. Throughout my 4 years at Manual, I have realized that this school is not just a place where we get an education. It is also a community where students and staff can become family. Thank you.
Michael Winger, followed by Jeff Reading.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to move these up real quick. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Okay. Good morning, Indiana State Board of Education. My name is Michael Wingert, and I am the principal at Emmerich Manual High School. Today is an incredibly important day as you have the charge of bringing clarification to a process that has been at the very least emotionally taxing for the current constituents of Manual, specifically students, families of students, and staff. I humbly stand before you and ask that you vote no in returning Emmerich Manual High School to IPS and allow Rethink Forward Indiana and Noble Education Initiative time to pursue a charter authorizer moving beyond this current academic year. I ask myself, how can I convey to you the passion that current students, families, and staff have for Manual? How do I stand in front of you and ask you to feel the culture of our school? How can I impress on you the positive strides that have occurred in the last 3 short years that I have served at Manual, this current one in the role of principal? The answer to these questions is that I can't ask you to internalize and feel unless you have been immersed in the environment daily. Board, I ask you to do the following. As difficult as it may be, I ask that you, 1, try to feel the love and conviction my fellow Manual constituents have for their school as they share their testimonials today. And 2, try to feel and internalize the disappointment from our school community if we are not allowed the opportunity to grow and build on the positive momentum we have. As educational professionals, we acknowledge that student academic achievement, proficiency, and growth are pillars of a successful school. We must also acknowledge that before this environment can exist, the culture of the school, the foundation must be created and nurtured to sustain the weight of learning. The cultural foundation of Emmerich Manual High School prior to the takeover was so fragile, it could not bear the weight of failing academic achievement. Take a moment to think and internalize that. A positive cultural shift, a complete overhaul of thoughts and processes takes years to accomplish in an environment where none existed. Add to that the responsibility of completely overhauling an academic environment where failing was the norm and accepted. Very few organizations would be willing to attempt this overhaul, which, mind you, needed to happen in order to literally save students on the south side of Indianapolis. Culture. My 3-year-old son has walked down the halls of Manual during a passing period as I carried my 1-year-old daughter. Afraid? Afraid not. At Manual, we operate with a growth mindset. We believe we can continually improve by exuding maximum effort. Culturally, we are improving. Please don't stop this momentum. Academically, we are working daily to improve systems and processes that afford students opportunities to be extended and stretched while scheduling times for student remediation and maintenance. We do not profess to be perfect, but we do profess to be on the right track with the correct systems in place. Again, growth mindset. We believe we can continually improve by exuding maximum effort. Please don't stop this momentum. Board, again, I ask that you vote no in returning Emmerich Manual High School to IPS and allow Rethink Forward Indiana and Noble Education Initiative time to pursue a charter authorizer moving beyond this current academic year. Thank you for your time, each one of you. Onward, Manual.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I've debated on whether to talk to you as a parent or as a baseball coach. I'm going to talk to you as both, because as a baseball coach, I'm like a second parent to 16 kids. They get in trouble, they're in trouble on my team. I take it out on them. I make them run. I make them earn the right back on good graces as far as me and their parents. I had the privilege of this past summer that I had kids on a baseball team that we got to travel to 7 different states and stay on campus of the colleges and play other teams from other areas all across the U.S. It's called the BASE program. It's sponsored by Major League Baseball. There was 4 manual students that were on that team. There were students from Arlington, students from Tech, and students from Maddox. It's an inner city program for kids that parents can't afford a travel team. And Major League Baseball funded it. The kids got smoothed. They got treated like Major League players. We got to eat dinner with Theo Epstein when we was in Chicago. Half the kids understood what that greatness was. A few of the kids have gotten looks at. They have a scout from the Kansas City Royals that's looking at a couple of the kids, one at Manual and one at Addicts. And he says, we got some work to do, but I got a place for you. And they're going to help these kids get to the next level. Now, reason I'm telling you this, when you travel with these kids all summer long, and you're with them all week long, you hear things. These kids were talking from these other IPS schools that telling our Manual kids, won't you come on to our school? Our test on Friday, we go over on Thursday, and the teacher tells you, these are going to be the questions on the test, and here are your answers. Wow, that's how they pass. Not at Manual. They'll go over the stuff all week and tell them to take notes. But these kids are telling me that they're being given their grades. My kids are having to go to study table, which they have 3 days a week, and I make them go. I had a kid that had a B. I said, can't you have an A? And he says, B's good enough. And I said, no, it's not, if you can do better. The teacher come and got him before practice, took him to study table. His grade increased to a B because he made up 2 assignments. I mean, these kids are putting forth the effort. I'm a parent that had a student that was at IPS Manual. I mean, it was violent. It was terrible. I was teaching my kids self-defense, telling them use your book if you have to. Brushes being thrown down the hall. IPS didn't care. IPS failed these kids. And now they want it back because somebody else has done the work and made it look good? Come on now. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. You know, they had their chance when Charters USA came to town to take over the failing school. They've had their chance. For 10 years, it was declining. It got so bad, you had to take it from them. And Crystal House could have stepped in and been one of the charter schools then, if I'm not mistaken. But they didn't step up. They didn't want that failing school. But now that they see an opportunity because they are making passing grades and it's a money game for IPS, they're all wanting back in on it. You know, that it just seems kind of crazy. If you look at it on paper, let somebody else do the work and then somebody else can have it. I mean, look at Arlington. Arlington went back to IPS. What's happening there? Come on. It's public knowledge of what's going on there. They're failing again. They couldn't get it right the first time. They couldn't get it right the second time there. What makes you think they will get it right at Manual or anywhere else? You know, for me and my family, we are Manual Redskins. Red pride goes deep. I teach my players. I'm only a summer coach for Manual kids. That's a summer program put on by RBI. 30 seconds. But I teach them what red pride is. That's taking care of your field, taking care of your dugout, taking care of your responsibilities. I want these young men to be responsible when they go out into the world. And that's one thing that Manual has shown my kids. And I'm thankful for Charters USA coming in. And I beg you, don't give it back to IPS. They couldn't get it right. They had their chance. Thanks.
Good. Yep, it's still morning. Not
Yes.
much, but it's still morning.
Close.
My name is Alice Glover, class of 1961 and alumni president at Manual High School. Manual has one of the largest active alumni associations in the United States. Since I'm keeper of Manual's archives and history, I'll give you a brief lesson in Manual's recent history with IPS. Manual is the second oldest high school in the city and the oldest continuous high school for 125 years this year. It has educated thousands and thousands of Southsiders and many generations of the families on the South Side. As IPS failed the city of Indianapolis, it also failed Manual High School. When the takeover became imminent, the football program was canceled and the equipment was sent to Tech. IPS tried to take our welding equipment, which was donated to the school by a local business and other things, but the principal asked that the school not be stripped while the kids were still there. Legally, they weren't supposed to be removing anything from the building. I witnessed the staff telling the kids that Manual wasn't going to have classes they wanted, such as JROTC, which was a lie. So they needed to go to IPS schools. The kids were very upset at the way they were being treated and would stop in the alumni room and talk to me. Also, when IPS vacated the building, they cut the fiber optics to the sign on the front of the building and changed the locks on the entry doors. Now, those are the kind of people you're dealing with at IPS. Since then, Charter Schools USA has done a wonderful job raising the school grade, maintaining order in the halls and classrooms, and encouraging respect for the teachers, classmates, and the students themselves. It's a school we can again be and are very proud of. Now IPS has cooked up this scheme to put a different public charter school in the building and phase out Manual in 3 years. IPS must be giving Crystal House a really sweet deal. Indianapolis is a vibrant city. Housing is booming, jobs are booming. If IPS was really worth anything, their enrollment should be way up and they wouldn't be closing schools. And they wouldn't have all this competition from charter schools and others. And thank God for the voucher program, so they don't have to go to IPS. Oh, and it's clever of Crystal House to hide their dropouts in a separate adult ed school. How many times do we have to go through this process? Please get this nightmare over so we can get back to educating the children in a less stressful environment and keep Manual away from IPS. Thank you.
Tim, how many do we have left?
We have 2 for sure, and then a third one where somebody might have come back.
Okay, we've had lots of requests for lunch and break. Are we good with, we're gonna get through the public comment before we break for that? Everybody good? Okay. Sorry, apologies.
Oh, that's all right. Hey, good morning, State Board. My name is Robert Orkman. I'm a proud parent of a student at Manual, and I'm also a behavior interventionist at Manual for the last 5 years. I spoke to you guys earlier when you guys made the vote to allow NEI to seek charter. So I don't know if you guys remember my story, but me and my family, we live in 46235 area code, one of the toughest area codes on the east side of Indianapolis. My son is a senior. He's been at Manual since the freshman. He initially had some issues with math, English, and his ability to read and write. So for 4 years, I worked at John Marshall Community High School. Loved those kids. Loved the east side of Indianapolis. was a shame that John Marshall had to close down. Built a lot of relationships with those kids on the east side. So when I was blessed with the opportunity to go work at Manual, I told my wife, I said, hey, I think, I'm gonna take little Rob with me. It'd be a great experience for my son to be at the school that I'm working at. Well, she had heard a lot of rumors and different things that I experienced. Well, not rumors, but things that I experienced at Marshall, so she wasn't sure. So when I went in for my interview, I was able to see some of the kids and the interactions, and I was like, I think this is gonna be great. I think this is gonna be okay. Well, long story short, he is currently reading at grade level, and he is currently at math grade level. When he left Fall Creek Valley, he wasn't. And we wasn't sure how he was gonna be able to respond there. Ms. Hinckley mentioned statistics as far as the growth at Emmerich Manual High School, where my son was part of that growth. His freshman year, going into his sophomore year, I would go in his room and he actually would have a book in his hand. And I'm like, what you doing? And he's looking at me like I'm reading. That's the best feeling as a parent for a child that struggled with reading. The opportunity that Emmerich Manual High School, NEI, has given my son, we are grateful for them. The opportunity for me to work in that building, coming from John Marshall, going to Emmerich Manual High School, the culture's a little different. My experience over the last 4 years with those students and those families are enormous. The opportunity to build relationships with parents who I can relate to, who when they come in and speak with me about their kids' behavior, I'm not judgmental. When I go, I'm not a big time South Side person where I do a lot of shopping, but if we're at a game or something and I'm at a grocery store, I see a parent, hey, Coach Orkman, how you doing? Just wanted to let you know that my son is doing well. A lot of people have spoke about family, love, and bonding. At Emmerich Manual High School, that's what it's about. I know I work at Manual, but all three schools, Howe, Madonna, Manual, there's a relationship there that we all care about each other. I will never speak negative about another school organization, but I can tell you what we do positive at Manual. For 15 years, I worked in a locked treatment facility with troubled adolescents. Their treatment plans and their goals were for them to get better. We accepted kids, we wrapped our arms around them, we provided them skills and techniques to be productive young men when they went back to their communities. We get kids from all kind of school districts at Manual. We accept them through those doors, we wrap our arms around them, and we get them better, and they graduate. And eventually they go on to be productive citizens. So I hope that when you guys make that decision, that you take in consideration that these are children and we are trying to do what's best for them at Emmerich Manual High School. And last but least, I would just like to take the opportunity to thank Mr. Wingert and Ms. Naritu for having confidence in me and treating my son like he was theirs. Happy New Year's and thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Gary. I'm here on behalf of Madonna Grade A School, keeping its charter and each child that attends this special school. My grandson Evan has been a student there for 4 years, his entire educational life. I listened in to Governor Holcomb's State of the State address last night. He spoke how he had an affinity for education and his teachers, his own mother being a teacher. The governor wants to increase teachers and schools' income, which is the rightly thing to do. Madonna is unique because of its class size, quality teachers, and safe environment. All of these qualities combined provide the students individual attention and education. These endeavors promote intelligence and productive leaders of tomorrow. I implore of you to allow Madonna to retain its charter, thereby allowing it to continue to be special. One of the select few, instead of being one of the many schools who get lost in the shuffle. The governor outlined the legislators how to free up tens of millions of dollars to boost the teachers' pay and school income. But he said he didn't want to do it this year. He wanted to do it next. Well, Madonna's future is now. It's today. Please allow it to flourish and to prosper, to continue maintaining its grade A status charter school, an example for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Brian, do we have lunch here? I believe next steps is we have a presentation by IPS and then a presentation. Ron, do you want to run through what? We'll break for lunch now. Everyone can use the restroom. Thank you for being patient with me.
Yeah, so I'll just give a quick kind of summary of what to occur next. I was going to provide a brief history of how we got here today, knowing that this has come in front of the board before, but just to make sure that everyone's approaching this with a shared understanding. And then IPS will provide a presentation on the plan that they submitted to the board and a request to return the schools back to the corporation following the December Indiana Charter School Board vote. And then Charter Schools USA will also have an opportunity to address the board in relation to the status of their charter applications. And staff is humbly requesting that we hold motions until after both parties have an opportunity to address the board. That way, both presentations and comments can be fully vetted outside a specific motion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Lunch is... Right. We're going to break. How long do we need? It's 12:02. Is 30 minutes? Everybody do good restroom break in? 45? 15? Oh, perfect. Let's be back here at 12:20. It's 12:02. Be back here at 12:20. Okay. I agree. What's Bill think? Bill's good with it? You good with that? Ron, we'll give them just a second and then we'll. Ron, we'll go ahead and let you.
Sounds good. So I'm just going to give a quick history and kind of lay the frame for you all while we're here today and what the board is considering. And most importantly, talk about specifically what concretely and substantively has changed since the board took action on the Transition Task Force recommendation, which I think is critical to today's decision. So as many of you know, all of you know, intervention began at all three of the schools under consideration in 2011. CSUSA took full operational control in 2012 with contracts through 2016. In 2014, nearly a year and a half prior to the end of that initial contract, the board voted to recommend a 2-year extension to those contracts. A year and a half in advance in an effort to be able to provide stability and certainty for the school community as we worked through several transitions that were taking place at the time. And that's a theme, I think, throughout the board's actions here. In 2015, IPS entered into the agreement with Emma Donnan for the K-6 innovation. And that's so important because at that time in 2016, Emma Donnan was the only one of the 3 schools that was extended through 2020. And the point there was to align the state's contract with that local agreement that was entered into by CSUSA and IPS. Then in 2017, shortly after, nearly 12 months before the 2018 contracts were to end, the board recommended to extend the contracts for the other 2 schools through 2020, this creating a universal end date of June 30, 2020. And in that recommendation, the board modified the staff recommendation a little bit, but the board's motion included a condition that the schools would transition out of turnaround status without putting any specifics on it, just out of turnaround status at the end of that 2020 contract, which brings us here today. So as a part of that, the Transition Task Force worked community-based, analyzed all the performance data that you've heard about today, had several community meetings, you heard the report and you have access to that report, and came back with a recommendation, to direct CSUSA through NEI and Rethink Forward to apply for charters for 2 of the 3 schools. When IPS decided not to renew the innovation agreement for Emma Donnan, the board, given that the charter application process was already well underway in December, just this past December 2019, recommended and gave them permission to continue that application process for Emma Donnan exclusive of the Innovation Network agreement, whereas previously the board relied on that agreement. So at that point, they had authority from the board to apply for charter school, and that was, and those charter schools were going to be determined, as we all recognize, and I'll talk briefly about, in December. And so that's December of 2019, just 6 months before the end of the current contracts. As we all know, so since, and this is critically important, that the conditions on the task force recommendations included two things. One, that the board that would govern the charter schools include representatives from the community or the immediately surrounding community. The second condition was that because of the inability or lack of expertise, if you will, of the task force and this board itself, we directed, put a condition that the charter school authorizer must determine that the applications demonstrate financial and operational sustainability. Again, to ensure that if they are going to see a charter, that there's likelihood that these schools will persist into the future. And so there's three key things that have changed, I think, in our opinion, since that recommendation and since that process took place. So after sticking to the original plan throughout the task force to close both high schools if they were returned, IPS has submitted the plan that they will present today for the board's consideration. That was not a consideration during the task force. Second, a chalkbeat investigation revealed statewide concerns about students exiting to homeschool and the impact on a school's overall graduation rate. The investigation revealed that Manual and Howe were both identified as schools with one of the highest percentage of students, including seniors, exiting to homeschool relative to the cohort. That investigation is important because the task force relied heavily on the school's performance ratings that are obviously heavily influenced by the school's overall graduation rate. And finally, and why we are here today, is the Indiana Charter School Board denied the applications for all three schools, putting all three schools in limbo without a plan following June 2020. If nothing were to happen after today, at any of the options, and there are multiple, all three schools would close at the end of June 2020 because there would be no formal, there would be no authority to do anything. So something has to happen in relation to the three schools. And so you'll hear a plan and a request from IPS to return the schools back, and they'll present that plan, and you'll hear an update from CSUSA on the status of their application. But at the end of the day, when the contracts expire, there must be something that happens next to terminate the intervention.
I have a question about that, Ron. So if that happens and they close, do they go back to IPS?
I think that's a really interesting question that I don't think I'd want to get into the weeds too much. I think the biggest thing is right now the current intervention lasts through June 30, 2020, and following that, unless something happens, there is no authority for IPS or CSUSA to operate that educational program.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to guidance that I received in a 2012 ethics opinion, I will be abstaining from the vote on this matter.
Thanks, sir.
And so in consideration of those three large changes, we'll first hear from IPS, followed by CSUSA.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to come before you again on today. I am here, and we are here with a very simple and straightforward request to this board. Please vote to return Emmerich Manual High School, T.C. Howe High School, and Emma Donna Middle School to Indianapolis Public Schools. The schools that were founded by Indianapolis Public Schools are located within Indianapolis Public Schools, and whose students we believe will be served best as a part of Indianapolis Public Schools. We don't come to you today lightly and without having had substantial and substantive discussions with our Board of School Commissioners, who are all fully supportive of this proposed plan, and some of whom have been here this morning and are still with us this afternoon, along with conversations with a broad spectrum of community partners and stakeholders, some of whom you've heard from this morning. The fact of the matter is that we, alongside with our partners, are the only organization coming to you today with an explicit plan that can definitively be executed upon, that we believe will serve students well. You gave Charter Schools USA the ability and direction to secure a charter, and now, after nearly a year, they've not been successful in doing so. And so our simple request is that our schools are returned to our family. Yesterday, I spent time at our 8th grade extravaganza, an event we've held for all of the 8th graders across our district, allowing them the opportunity to experience firsthand the high school options that we have available to them and their families. And I cannot overstate the joy and the positive energy that was present in that space among our teachers and our students, as the excitement was really palpable as they thought about what was next for them in their futures. I don't doubt the passion, the care, the love that you've heard here today expressed by community members, by staff members, and especially students, who I especially want to commend because it takes a lot of courage to get in front of a body and speak publicly. And while we may have divergent opinions, I'm very proud of their ability and how they've used their voices today. At the end of the day, we in Indianapolis Public Schools are committed to serving all of our students well. And as far as I am concerned, as superintendent of Indianapolis Public Schools and our Board of School Commissioners is concerned, Howe students, Manual students, and Donnan students are a part of that all that we are committed to serving. So what you will hear briefly from my colleague, Jamie Vandewally, are some additional details on our approach and the individual circumstances that have led us to what we will propose to you and the plan that you have already had access to review. What is clear to us, and as Mr. Sandlin referred to, is that families and staff deserve clarity now. To continue this process in extended ambiguity is unfair, certainly to them, and would also hamstring our ability to execute as effectively as we are positioned to do now in concert with the partners who are alongside us. Our district is demonstrably different than it was in 2012, and we have continued to evolve and make strides since 2013. That's been demonstrated in such things as new leadership and vision on both our school board and in the office of the superintendent, a portfolio office who has built consistent systems and structures to support schools of different various governance models, career and college academies that have been a part now of every single high school that has operated within IPS, and a post-secondary readiness team who is focused strictly on the connections between the K-12 experience of our students and their pathways after they graduate, whether that be enrollment, enlistment, or employment into the workforce. We are committed and dedicated to the success of all of our students. We commit and will continue to be dedicated to doing that for the students at Howe, Manual, and Donnan. I would ask Jamie Vandewally to come to the podium at this time to walk you through the details of that plan, and then we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I want to echo Superintendent Johnson's sentiment by just thanking you again for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon and dig into the details of our proposed plan. I'll try to be brief this afternoon. I know we've been here a while. Hit the high points I think might be of most concern, knowing you have the full report in your binders, and then we'll have time for questions at the conclusion. So as it relates to Manual High School, you've already heard IPS and Crystal House Academy will enter into two separate Innovation Network School agreements to serve both the current Manual High Schools who are there today, as well as transition the Crystal House Academy South operations to the Manual facility. So that includes their K-12 academy as well as some of their doors programming. It will bring the population of Manual High School to about 1,200 students as early as next year, putting it back in the position of being a thriving community asset. Something unique to the innovation agreements that we took to our board Saturday is that we do call out an explicit desire of both parties to house ancillary services and things such as a pre-K in the facility, which we heard from the community is something they'd really love to see there. We also heard throughout the process of the task force last year and resoundingly throughout the last year in conversations that the namesake of Manual is very important to the community there today, to students, staff, and particularly the Alumni Association. And so embedded in those innovation agreements is a legal requirement that the name Manual stay a prominent part of the namesake. As we've already discussed, the current Manual students could complete their high school trajectory there at that location, and Crystal House Academy is committed to offering interviews to all of the current staff members there and hopes to hire as many staff as possible to try to preserve a level of continuity. We see several benefits to this plan. So first, and obviously, it's a partnership between IPS and a proven, high-quality South Side anchor. Crystal House Academy has been on the South Side for nearly 2 decades and has proven themselves with very strong educational outcomes. Their graduation rate exceeds that of Manual by over 20 percentage points. Their proficiency rate on the ISTEP 10 outperforms Manual in all subjects and nearly doubles that in English language arts. As Superintendent Johnson mentioned, and we want to reiterate, the clarity of this plan to date would allow us to begin contacting families and laying out next steps as early as this afternoon. We have next steps in line that primarily focus on making sure that families, those who are most affected by any transition, and the staff know what their opportunities and options are for enrollment, for interviews, and for discussing next steps. When it comes to TC Howe Community School, we plan to launch what we're calling the Howe Reuse Committee to reimagine the future of the site alongside community partners and residents. So this would make the 2020-2021 school year a planning year for the site, and we would propose potential new use as soon as that following school year, so beginning in July of 2021 and 2022. It's very important to note that we have not declared that we will sell the facility. We are not saying we are shuttering its doors forever. We know that it is a treasured community asset. We know it's a very special place. We've heard that. Our commitment for the next year is to make sure that we carefully hear from a variety of constituents and that we hear those ideas and position them alongside our long-term facility planning process that we're in. And to harken back to our CFO, Weston Young's comments earlier this morning, make sure that we are considering that as part of our comprehensive long-term financial sustainability plan so that we can continue to invest dollars in all classrooms across our district. Our next steps related to Howe, lots of details on the slide, but the headline really is that we would immediately begin communicating primarily with students and families about what their choices are for next year. We want to minimize the disruption as much as possible by making sure we're very clear with communication and we can get in front of them with those options immediately. So we've already secured Shepherd Community Center for the 25th if the board does vote to return the school to IPS for our first event where we'd have Enroll Indy present and begin working with Enroll Indy to do rounds of calls to those families to make sure they can be enrolled immediately. I want to spend a little extra time on this slide, which is about our new proposed lottery logic, just to make sure that there's a full understanding. So as already mentioned, we took to our board last Saturday at our retreat, and it was unanimously approved that we provide a pipeline guarantee for any current 7th grade student at Howe to either Harshman Middle School or Longfellow Middle School. Those are our two IPS choice middle schools. And of course, students would also have the legal ability to attend any 8th grade seat that is their neighborhood boundary. When it comes to the performance of those two schools, Harshman Middle School and Longfellow Middle School, Harshman and Longfellow, in terms of 7th grade English language arts pass rate last year on iLearn, do both exceed that of Howe and Longfellow by 7 points. In 8th grade English language arts, Longfellow exceeds that of Howe by 8 points, and Harshman is behind, but only by 1.9. For 7th grade math, Longfellow exceeds the performance by 3 points of Howe, and Harshman is behind, but only by 3 percentage points. And in math, both exceed the performance of the Howe 7th graders. So we feel like by providing this opportunity for students, we are able to offer them a seat at a school that is competitive, if not exceeding the performance on the state exam of that of Howe. When it comes to the high school, we are providing a pipeline guarantee for all those current 8th through 11th graders into any of the 4 IPS direct managed high schools, as well as Thrival Academy. So that would be for Crispus Attucks, Arsenal Tech, George Washington, Shortridge, and Thrival, and a guarantee means just that. So we have heard, that a couple of those schools may be full. It doesn't matter. If a Howe student wants to attend any of those IPS schools, they are guaranteed admittance for next school year, which means they can have any of those choices open to them. Legislation doesn't allow us to provide that same for innovation charter partners, but we will make sure that they're part of the conversation as well. Students are hearing about all the great things they offer and how their programs and IPS direct managed programs complement each other, so students have a wide battery of choices open to them. When it comes to the performance of those 4 direct managed IPS high schools, I did want to spend just a brief amount of time on the data there. So when it comes to our 10th grade ISTEP performance last year, IPS has outperformed Howe not only historically, but by 14 points last year alone, and outperformed Manual by 9. Our IPS 10th grade English language arts growth rate exceeded Howe by 8.2 points for the 2018-19 school year, and that of Howe by 3 points. For 10th grade math, since 2015, the IPS average pass rate on that ISTEP test has been above Howe, and in 2018 exceeded Howe by 5.5 percentage points. When it comes to other data that's not directly related to the state test, we've seen that Howe has a 37% mobility rate, which is exceptionally high. That's at the height of any IPS school Our mobility rate across our high schools last year was 24%. Keeping kids in school, at that same school is really important. And while this would be a transition, the data shows that more of our high schoolers are staying at their particular school. Chronic absenteeism at Howe is double that of the average IPS rate, which is also a concern. Someone else cited the graduation rate earlier. It is true that Howe's graduation rate is higher than some of the IPS schools. It is not higher than that of Crispus Attucks. And we were following the longitudinal data around the cohort. The cohort data for graduation for Howe became a little difficult to follow. So in the cohort for 2017, they had a 31% dropout rate. Contrast that to IPS is 8.5%. 2018, that dropout rate for Howe dropped to 0, and IPS is at 7.3, so we did see a reduction in ours. When it comes to the homeschool rate at Howe, in 2017 cohort, 3.9%. In 2018, we saw a 6 times increase for Howe, rising to 23%, and that is 4 times the rate of IPS. We've also heard a concern about, when you do close a school and students are not able to return there next year, that you will lose students from the district entirely, or that they will not return to school. As you know, going into the 2018 school year, IPS did close 3 high schools, and despite that, we continue to see a rise in our retention rate of our high school students to the IPS family. We believe with the kind of careful attention that we gave IPS students whenever we had to close 3 high schools several years ago, we can maintain that same retention rate for the students at Howe as well. When it comes to staff, we've been talking with our HR team about prioritizing recruitment for the staff there, so specific outreach to make sure they know about any opportunities for openings. We'll also place them, if they so desire, into our IPS hiring bank so that principals can see that they are available, they're looking for a position, and then reach out with opportunities from there. In regards to the reuse committee, you heard from a few members of the community earlier today that will be interested in being on it. We have the 7 individuals on the left so far committed, and definitely say with complete honesty that we want to see more people on it, and we definitely want to see residents and students and parents as well. So these individuals are leaders of key community anchor institutions who are committed with us to helping hear from the from the community, building the structures and processes to make sure that their voices are amplified in planning what comes next for Howe. Next steps then related to that, and long and short of it, is just that we will set in motion the committee members by the end of this month, and we'll hope to take a preliminary plan to our board by the fall. The reason for that, candidly, is that we want to make sure if schooling does locate again in Howe for next year, that we get it and enroll Andy before that November 1st deadline opens. The benefits to this plan, again, echoing what Superintendent Johnson said, it does provide clarity for parents today. Any extension beyond today to see if a charter is sought and achieved either April of this year or even another year still leaves the community and students in limbo. So it makes sure that parents know today, families would know today, and then we begin working immediately so that students can enroll for next year in their IPS school of choice. Also allows us adequate time to plan for the future of that school site as we work to optimize our facilities across the district, and we do so in a way that is financially and operationally sustainable. For Imadon and K-8 school, we plan to engage in an innovation matching process for the school. We start this process with family and community input, and we've done this now several times. While we know that the academic data for Imadon does not situate it as a restart, the process that we've developed over the last several years is immediately transferable, because what it starts with is listening to people in the community about what they want to see in an excellent school for their students, and then interviewing potential applicants, looking at all the data and facilitating the best match possible there. Key to this arrangement would be that no students at Imadon today would be displaced as a result of this process. That's the same as we've done in any time we've transitioned a school to innovation before. Moving operators does not mean that students are destabilized. The benefits of this plan would be that we are looking at partnership options with locally experienced, results-proven leaders. Adelante, the co-leadership team that you heard from earlier during public comment, one of those leaders has had a 100% IRE3 pass rate for 2 consecutive years at the former school that he just led. The other gentleman led the #3 public charter high school in New York City, and there's much more, but this is what we had on the slide. As you know, Phelan is a strong partner of IPS, has been an Innovation Restart partner since the 2015 school year, and has increased proficiency at Francis Scott Key School 103. Francis Scott Key School 103 was one of the most struggling and lowest performing schools in the district at that time of restart. And then George Fisher School 93 was one of our first conversions. And since they've worked with Phelan and has been managed by Phelan, have been at the top of our district tiers in terms of showing growth at that school. And then just like with the other two plans, families would know today, with Manual rather, the families would know today what the outcome is, and families at Emma Donnan today would know that they can return to their neighborhood school for next year. Our timeline for Emma Donnan, lots of details here, but again, just the point here is that we begin with the family and community engagement immediately. IPS would hope to make a match with a partner in mid-February and then take that to our board at the end of February. An innovation agreement would then be official, presumably in mid-March, which would then allow us to start really transitioning the school. So before I turn it back over to Superintendent Johnson to wrap us up, and then we are happy to take questions. We know that anytime there's transition out of school, it's very difficult. We're not strangers to those transitions. We are a high school reinvention in 2018, and several times we've done an innovation restart or conversion. And we know that we're gonna need all parties cooperating to make sure that we can minimize the impact and make it as smooth as possible for those who are most affected, which are the students and their families. And so these are just some of the things that we had thought through. We may need the state board's assistance in terms of making sure that we get data timely, we have access to the buildings to ensure that we can have access. So Superintendent Johnson will wrap this up.
Thank you, Jamie. So in conclusion, what we hope that you have heard from us is our desire, our capacity, our willingness, and our commitment to successfully transition schools back into the IPS family. We hope you've heard clearly our request that a decision is made today so that families, schools, our district team, and our partners are not left in ambiguity in terms of next steps. And that we hope you've heard both from our team as well as partners who have spoken that we have support for this transition plan from a variety of partners. IPS of 2012 simply does not exist anymore. It is a different IPS. We have demonstrated our commitment to our schools. We've demonstrated our willingness to collaborate and to partner so that we can provide and offer a variety of options and excellent opportunities to our students. We stand here committed to continuing to do so as a school district, as a board of school commissioners, and as the superintendent. We'll welcome any questions at this time.
Questions by board members?
So at first, thank you very much, Superintendent and Ms. Vanderwall, for your time and for all the work that you put into the materials that have been provided to us. The spirit of my inquiry is to address a few items in the memo materials that accompany the PowerPoint presentation that has been shared today. So, and I say this to sort of add a slight bit of levity to what is a very serious conversation. Our materials don't have page numbers, so I'm going to do my very best from trying to create that myself, and I want you to get that so you can read it. So I am referring, for the benefit of my colleagues and also for you, to the Turnaround Academy strategy and plan that was provided alongside the PowerPoint. And as I try to count the pages, and they're double-sided, so I find that the information relative to TC Howe is found at page 4 of that memo. I'm going to give you a moment, Superintendent, to get there. I think I have it. So I'm referencing paragraph 1, sentence 2, which reads, given the planning timeframe that we had, we did not find a long-term, sustainable, scalable solution for Howe, and it's in italics, at this time, that we felt would provide students with the most positive experience possible. I want to give you an opportunity to tell me more about why at this time is in italics and why the sentence was worded in that way, because I want to understand what it means.
Sure. So I think in contrast to Manual, where we've brought to you a plan with a partner who has the ability to go into the facility, to increase the utilization of the facility, to provide high quality academic programming. After we had conversations with other potential partners, We simply did not have a solution today that was viable in the same way. What we believe would have to be possible to utilize that building efficiently would be a number of partners. No one had the scale to really utilize and leverage that facility at the way that we would need it to be done. So at this time is there because we do have the reuse committee who will take this next year to continue in those conversations with prospective partners and to consider what could be possible at the building.
So then as a follow-up, this is very helpful, thank you, because my intention is to understand, and with what's in writing, that's not always possible.
Sure.
So in looking, and as I'm hearing you, here's what I'm hearing. I am hearing that while IPS, and again, I'm reading from the student transition piece, IPS will not run any educational programming at Howe. The decision is one that your team is taking under consideration because you need more time to consider what partners could be brought in order to examine the viability of continuing to maintain the environment at Howe. I want to make sure that I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
That's correct. And there, you could also consider a situation where there are different purposes for the use of that building. So for instance, we know there are great fields at TC Howe. Is there a potential for an athletic complex that could serve a variety of schools within the district? So I think there are a different number of avenues that we could pursue as we think about the next step. So again, that language was there specifically because we know that ideation is going to happen over the course of the next 12 months.
So words have been used throughout our time together in this room today that Howe is closing or that there's a risk that Howe will be closed. How would you reframe that, if at all?
I mean, I think the reality is for staff and families when we're saying we're not going to offer educational programming, that is in fact how that feels and would be true. We would not be continuing to operate that school next year. And again, we don't take that decision lightly at all. What I would say, though, is we are not saying in perpetuity and forever the school will not operate. Will it look the way that it looks today? The answer to that is no. But the answer is that it is also completely possible as we do our district-wide facilities planning work and engage with the reuse committee that we come back with what we believe would be viable, effective options that will serve that community well in the future.
There have been a few Harshman Middle and Longfellow. Can you tell me the enrollments at Harshman Middle and at Longfellow? How many students are at those middle schools?
I can't give those to you off the top of my head. We can grab that, or we can have someone from the team grab that for you.
And I ask because one of the primary themes of public comment has been the significance of the enrollment.
Correct.
At Howe. And so I want to understand that, and I think that's relevant in terms of understanding the feedback and from the position of those who have spoken today, the enrollment size and how that matters to them. So before we conclude today, I would like those numbers, please. And I understand that you have to get those.
We'll get those. And I would just highlight the fact that we've committed to the guaranteed enrollment at those two schools for students who are coming from Howe. So again, if that is where they choose to continue, then we are guaranteeing their ability to do so.
I don't have any other.
Any other questions?
I have a question in regards to Crystal House, and I'm not sure if you want to answer that or if I need to refer that to Crystal House, but for credit deficit freshmen, I need clarity on this. What happens to those students? Are they allowed to move on, or are they dismissed to another entity?
Well, yeah, Carrie, okay. Carrie Dank, who leads Crystal House Academy.
I'm gonna make sure I get this right. Your question is specific to freshmen, or is it just students in general?
A freshman who is credit deficit, are they allowed to move on? And I know how that's defined loosely, but are they allowed to move on in high school and continue to capture credits, although they may be behind for where you would want them to be, or are they exited out to another environment, or what happens to those students who are credit deficient?
Yeah, so we have the ability to take a two-prong approach. For the students that are in the school enrolled, they'll have a period of time that we'll engage in credit recovery activities trying to close the gap. We know that sometimes students who enter behind stay behind, and that's a challenge. We have a program called DOORS, which is our dropout recovery school. So if those students continue to move through the program deficient, we have the ability to move them into that program to give them more time, because the cohort model looks different in that program. It's designed specifically for students who are behind. But our hope would be to capture all of those students who are currently behind, engage them in extended learning opportunities so they can capture the credit and get up to speed and graduate within ideally the 4-year, if not the 4-year. They'll be captured at a later time, but that's our objective.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions by board members?
Yeah. So as you looked at this, did you consider Noble Education as a partner?
We and our board made the decision in the fall to no longer partner. At the time, it was Charter Schools USA, and it would have been transitioning, I believe, to Noble Education Initiative to not move forward in that partnership at Imadonin. And so given that decision, no, we did not conceive of or consider partnering at the high school level.
Okay. And then did you think about just as they came back into IPS that you run them yourselves as any other IPS school, or did you just think that this is the best option of having an innovation partner again? Because, and I only say that because on the south side of your school district, you really don't have a traditional IPS ran secondary, mainly a high school or a middle school either, as far as that location.
Yeah, we did. That was a topic of a lot of conversation around what would it take if we were to take it on ourselves and direct manage the school. And when it came down to it in terms of making sure we had the best possible experience for students, it was in our best interest, we believe, in the school and of the district to partner. I think what we've demonstrated since 2015 is we aren't stuck on who's managing a school as sort of the key factor. What's important to us is that all of our students have access to an excellent educational experience. We have an IPS family of schools. We have an office that supports that family of schools. And ultimately, we believe the partnership with Crystal House for the South Side, given their commitment and their time in that neighborhood, will serve our students well.
So explain a little, I don't deal with innovation schools, don't have any. So explain a couple of things for me.
Sure.
So if I live right across the street, am I going to be able to go to Manual as a high school?
So what you will do, the short answer to that for Manual, and I'm going to get a little bit weedy because we have 2 innovation agreements that our board has approved. The short answer to that is yes. However, IPS is a part of Enroll Indy. And so as a part of Enroll Indy, and we've moved away from neighborhood high schools, which means that you get to choose your high school based on what your interest is. We have a number of college and career academies, a number of pathways that are housed at each of the 4 direct managed high schools. So I could live across the street from Manual, but I could be super passionate about health sciences, which means it probably makes the most sense for me to go to Crispus Attucks because that school houses our health sciences academy. We have students who live across the street from Arsenal Tech that houses our construction programming, but they have a great interest in visual and performing arts. They choose to go to Shortridge High School, which houses our Visual and Performing Arts Academy, and we provide transportation to our families to any of those choices. So what I would not want families to believe is that they must choose a school based on their neighborhood. What I would want to make sure they understand is that because we have such a variety of choice available to our families, that students have the ability to choose what they are interested in, what engages them most, and then we would accommodate that decision.
So then you're just truly an open enrollment district.
At the high school level, we are.
And then do you have flexibility that I got there and now I'm not really interested that do you have a lot of movement because of that, or you're there and you're going to jump in a pathway and you're going to complete there?
So our enrollment policy is students get the option to move just once. Some of that because of what Superintendent McCormick talked about in terms of being able to have your credits continue on with you and you get to that 4-year graduation. So they have the option to move schools one time in that 4-year high school experience. They can, within their school, shift pathways. So for example, at George Washington High School, that houses our IT Academy as well as our Finance and Business Academy. I might start out my sophomore, as a freshman thinking I really want to do IT, but I, get engaged with the store and decide actually starting my own business is what I want to do. They can then make the move over to the Business and Finance Academy without that being an issue.
And then when you set up these agreements, what kind of length are there to a contract? So like if we do a statewide RFP, those are usually, 3-year contracts. So your agreements with innovation, what span of years are you looking to partner with someone in an initial agreement?
They are generally 5 years, and that triggers a renewal process that then we do a sort of renewal evaluation to see if we're going to continue in that agreement. Specific to the Crystal House agreement with Manual, it is a 5 years with an auto renew that, short of any sort of financial issue or whatnot, the school would continue to operate there. Again, we wanted to make sure we were being committed to the longevity of that organization being able to serve our students.
And then within those property taxes to pay down, we had a memo here about a debt on a debt service fund.
Mm-hmm.
Will you make those payments for those debt services continued with that agreement then?
Correct, because we will still maintain ownership of those facilities.
And then will you have any contractual obligations for maintenance, food service, and those types of things in those buildings as well?
Mm-hmm. They will be able to we will work in the contract. They have the ability to opt in or out of those services.
Thank you.
I would like to add just one more comment before you go away. From the beginning of turnaround, many of us were told, and I think was the intent of, we provide extra dollars, and at the tune of the last 7 years, almost 22 million, to see schools improve, to see opportunities for kids, and then we turn it back over to the local district. And so when I hear people say, now that we're doing well, they want us back, that's the way the process was set up to work, or at least it was communicated as a state that was the way it was supposed to work. I also want to recognize that $22 million in 7 years is on top of basic tuition support, and those are significant dollars. And so when folks say money doesn't matter, this is a perfect example of $22 million for just the last 7 years did make a difference, and it did matter. I'm hearing about all kinds of great wraparound services and coaches and mental health, mental behavior therapists, and I commend what Charter School USA has done with some of those dollars, but that is a perfect example why dollars matter to all of us, not just those who are in this situation. But I commend you for saying, yes, we want you back. We want you to be part of our family.
Thank you, and I wholeheartedly agree.
And, excuse me, Vice Chair Moe, I do have those numbers for you. Harshman had 567 at last ADM and Longfellow 480.
I'm sorry, would you repeat Longfellow?
480.
Okay, thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Any other questions by board members?
Just one follow-up question. I'm sorry, I'm processing what you were saying. Can you speak to the capacity of those schools? So I understand that those are current enrollments, but what is the capacity for those enrollments to increase?
So I don't know the building capacity off the top of my head. What I can tell you is that our team ran the analysis where we looked at the typical matriculation rates, to those schools and what their fill rate was, with the lottery logic, and all of the historical data there. We know the number of current 7th graders at Howe, and we know we're able to make accommodations both from a facilities perspective and programmatic perspective to, if every single one of them chose either one, we know we can make it work.
So again, forgive me if I'm processing what you're saying. Those enrollments are similar to between 500 and 600, and the enrollments that you mentioned, and I'm just trying to understand with the projected increase, how close would those enrollments remain to sort of the enrollment size that has been discussed today?
I think we're both probably trying to understand your question. Given the current number of 7th graders who would be rising 8th graders, when we ran our numbers, we assumed, let's say they all choose either Harshman or Longfellow, we have the capacity to serve them all. We know that won't be the real life situation, but if it does, we wanted to make sure we were not overcommitting, ourselves to what we could say to families.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, Kristen.
You guys talked about the guaranteed pipeline for the students from Howe heading into one of the high schools of their choice. You said in the way you worded it, you said guaranteed for the next year. Would that be guaranteed for the rest of their high school career, even if it hits capacity? Like if they choose a school, are they allowed then, even if that?
Yes, they would their enrollment just rolls into that next year. Absolutely, yes.
That's it, Kristen. Any other questions by board members?
I just have one question. From all the public comments I heard today about the parent concern about school culture, school safety, and there's a brand new administration, what would you say to the parents in attendance about how you're going to change the culture and maintain the safety and the educational environment that's been built up so far?
Sure. I mean, what I would say is, we have to earn trust. That's the bottom line, and I understand it has to be earned, it's not given. So again, we don't take that lightly, but again, in the case of Manual and in Madonna, when we are seeking out to work with partners, those are folks who we believe ultimately can serve students well, who have demonstrated they have strong school culture, they have strong academic outcomes, and the proof will be in the pudding. So change is hard, we know that. Again, when these decisions have happened before in our district, they are not taken lightly. There is a lot of conversation that goes into considering what all of those trade-offs are that ultimately must be made. And at the end of the day, I think that we are working with partners and have support from the surrounding community that we can create a strong environment for our students.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Say it again, I'm sorry.
Representatives from CSUSA. I'm just
We're
gonna
ready.
clear
No, we're
this.
ready. We don't need a break, do we? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Before I make my comments, I would like to introduce Ed Paswally, our General Counsel. He is the head of Tripp Scott, a prominent law firm in education law.
Thank you, Sherry. Good afternoon.
Hello.
By way of introduction, I've been involved with hundreds of millions of dollars utilizing tax-exempt bonds for charter schools in several states, with multiple authorizers and multiple configurations of the parties. Upon review of the memo that we got this morning from IPS, I wanted the board to take note of a couple of points. One is that it only applies to Howe, or attempts to apply. We don't think it applies at all, but to the extent it does, it only addresses Howe. That said, we don't really agree with the premise of the memo, because ultimately, the ultimate question from an IRS standpoint is, and in utilizing tax-exempt bonds and the benefit of those, is how the facility is being used. Charter schools are public schools, and the use of the facility as a public school makes it public. There's no federal law or regulation that deals with an authorizer of a charter, where the IRS really looks to, when it comes to that, is state law. Who is authorized lawfully to authorize a charter? And in your case, you have a variety of authorizers, including Trine. So the issue of the charter being issued would make it a public school under Indiana law. So we disagree again with the premise of the memo. That said, what's more telling is the alleged concern being raised now. I would suggest that if it was a true concern, based upon the concern as I read it, the concern should have been raised over the turnaround schools when this board authorized the turnaround schools to go to third parties, special management companies in 2012, because the same concerns, if true and legitimate, would have applied then as well as now. Thank you.
Could we have one question, if you don't mind?
And I just have a question based on that legal analysis. So though it could have been raised in 2012, is it your representation that it's somehow with prejudice, or that they can't raise it now?
No, what I'm suggesting to you is that the analysis really deals with the use of the facility. That's my view of it, and in fact, that has been a consistent view in basically every bond deal that we've been involved with across the country. And so the issue here is if there was a true concern, because now the concern is being raised. If the concern was really, really true, and there was a great legal consternation about it, it would have been raised in 2012, and it wasn't. And what that says to me is that I'll let you be the judge as to why it's being raised now.
Now, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to say that I remember my first year as a school superintendent. I mean, I know it was a long, long time ago. I was in an 1,800 student district in River Forest and Lake County. And I know that when I was trying to figure out, and I followed a legendary superintendent by the name of David Dixon, who was a member of the state board for many years, I had a lot to learn, and I worked hard to learn those lessons. When I went to Warren, which was scoring 10 out of 11 in the Marion County schools with achievement, I had 17 years as a school superintendent. The reason I say that is I knew what had to be done. I knew that I had to build a collaborative vision with non-negotiable factors for a change process, but I had to convince a school board of education that this was the right direction to go. We followed that process for 10 years, consistently, which is why we went from 10th to 4th or 5th, depending on what grade level. I had the experience to know what to do. Now, I want to say this. I mean no disrespect to Dr. Johnson. I was once her. I think her desire and her interest to take on the largest school district in the state of Indiana is genuine. I have no doubt of it. But I just have to say, I keep hearing about the new IPS with a superintendent who has to learn the ropes, who's inherited some interesting challenges. So the thing that's important to remember, when we looked at the data that I talked to you about, it was the new superintendent who decided not to renew the Innovation Network agreement with Emma Donnan, even though they had the highest level of achievement on RV3, but yet renewed those innovation agreements with the other groups. I don't know about you, but what would be your rationale to the Board of School Commissioners to say why we're getting rid of that partner, but we're going to renew the others who are lower performing? That's her decision, and that's something that I think calls into question as a new, I made a lot of mistakes as a brand new superintendent. But why would you do that? It doesn't pass the test of common sense. So it brings into question the judgment of the new leader of this state school district, the largest district. If it's the new IPS, then I would suggest that in this case, perhaps that's flawed. Your question, Dr. Mapes, was how did we not consider NEI when they've been in that place for a long time as a partner? Why would they, with their data, which I've given you, that shows they've done better than all the Innovation Network schools in IPS, they've had better scores across the board even in high school, why would you not consider them? I can tell you this, when you have to start over, IPS has a school in Shortridge with 2 schools in it. They never make good bedfellows. And you have 2 competing interests. What's going to happen at Manual is when Crystal House comes in and Manual is there, and what will happen is enrollment begins to drop, and then the argument will be, well, we don't have enough kids to sustain Manual, so we'll just close that portion of it, and it'll be over. How many people in this new administration have ever turned around a school? I have. A district. A tough district. Because I stand before you as the person who has championed tough kids for a lot of years. Because I was born in Gary, Indiana. I know what it is to not have everything you need to get along in life. And I don't know who's going to champion the kids that we have put forward. The best of intentions do not translate into results. Who would consider failing at 2.5% on iLearn after multiple years in the school as a possible partner for Donnan? That doesn't pass the test of common sense. How is Arlington, who was returned to IPS in 2015, continuing to decline under the new IPS? And while I understand what you were told by when you raised the question about kids that were deficit in high school at Crystal House, I can only tell you that when we called on the phone, the enrollment manager said, if they don't have enough credits, they are not promoted, and they may not have a seat in 9th grade because those seats have already been spoken for. so they have to choose another school. Those were the words of their enrollment manager. And when you put kids in a dropout recovery program, I'll guarantee you from my experience, they're a dropout. They don't come back into the school. So, who's got experience in this, that are presenting this well-intentioned plan that all these kids are going to matriculate? What I know about children who are at risk is when they're in a smaller environment, they thrive. When you put them at Tech with 2,100 kids in 7 buildings and they're wandering around, that's not going to work for most of those kids. So you can have the desire, but you have to have the skills. Partners. I've never understood this. How do you partner out your academic program as a superintendent? And that was not Dr. Johnson, that was previous administrators. So we chartered it out. We absolved ourselves from any responsibility of turning those schools around. We gave it to somebody else. Who monitors that? So here's what you have. You have all these schools with different plans for improvement, and if you again look at the data sheet that we gave you, none of them have really seen much improvement. There is no systemic plan for improvement in an IPS. They want to do better, I have no doubt of that, but just look at the data. It's taken NEI 8 years to find that rhythm. What problem are we trying to solve here when one doesn't exist? If the charter application we're trying doesn't work, the decision is made. What do we lose by waiting a little while longer? These people have made that success, and I just hope that we're making the decision based on the data and what kids need. So I just want to say that you have to have the chops to do the work of school improvement. Obviously, as I've worked with these folks for 3 years and embraced their teachers and walked their hallways, this is a very different place than what I saw in 2012 when I saw these schools in the beginning. So I just want to say what they're presenting on a plan is not, they don't have the capacity to do it.
Good afternoon again. Upon direction from the State Board of Education, which was guided by recommendations from the School Transition Task Force, Noble Education Initiative, NEI, in partnership with the Rethink Forward Indiana Board, is actively pursuing charter approval for each of the 3 schools. In accordance with the State Board's directive and the expiration of the current contract with the State Board, there will be final decisions on the applications well before June 30th of 2020. NEI remains committed to the continued success we have engendered in partnership with the students, parents, faculties, and communities of Imadonnan, T.C. Howe, and Emmerich Manual High School. We are confident that we will receive charters, but if we do not, we offer our full commitment to the State Board and the communities of the 3 schools to facilitate a successful transition of those schools, whether the State Board deems that to commence on July 1st, 2020, or through a 1-year handover process like the baseline year when CSUSA was hired, which was done when they originally transitioned from IPS to Charter Schools USA. That's what we would offer. Today's discussions and decisions should not be about expediency at the expense of students and families. Today's decisions should be about students who are performing, communities that have given their opinion through the task force that you commissioned, and about sending another bold decision by this board that increasing student achievement and school performance in this state will be appreciated and rewarded by the State Board of Education. Let's reset just for a second. In 2012, the State Board of Education was compelled to take bold action on behalf of the students and families of Howe, Manual, and Donnan. They took this action because of chronic failure by IPS. At that point in time, these schools were failing students, failing the community, and in fact, there were hundreds of students and families who were searching for hope. All local school operators were called by the Department of Education and asked to step up for these students and families, and as we all know, only one local operator agreed to take on this work. National operators were also called and asked to assist the State Board of Education in turning around these chronically failing schools. CSUSA took on that challenge and invested in these communities, these schools, and these kids. The early years were difficult, yet together we all stood firm in doing what was hard, yet what was right for our students. In late 2016 and early 2017, NEI began the daily management of these schools, set up with a local management team here in Indianapolis in those schools every day. And I am proud to stand here today to tell you that all 3 of these schools are no longer Fs in the state of Indiana. CSUSA and NEI have held true to what was committed to back in 2012. No more failing schools on our watch. We have delivered improved student outcomes, replaced athletic programs like the football team at Manual, the cheerleading team at Howe, and women's sports in all schools. We increased CTE programming for the high schools and have the distinguished opportunity to have 2 incredible JROTC programs. Our students and families have experienced success and take pride in their schools once again. Our staff members have chosen to work outside the traditional public school system in a place where they have support, training, and systems and structures they need to drive better outcomes for students. When you have overwhelming support at 5 different community meetings saying, we want these schools to stay on the path they are on with the operator that they currently have, that says something. Those community meetings actually show that decision-making by parents and constituents provide the ultimate local control. That should be honored. We are proud of the fact that we have made good on the promises that we made in 2012. We trusted and empowered our team of professional educators and our educational model and programming, but most importantly, we firmly placed our faith in our students and their ability to be successful. For them, we ask you to stay the course. I need to highlight what you just heard a few minutes ago. 1, there is no actual plan by IPS for Emma. 2, IPS will close Howe. A vote for their plan today will be a vote to close Howe and damage our kids that are there. And 3, there has been no systematic community input for the IPS plan, so a vote for their plan would rob the community of input like they had during the opportunity to give during the transition task force, again, that you commissioned. Our request today is simple. Our request ensures a win for students and guarantees that they have a school to attend next year at Howe, Manual, and Donnan. This plan is truly a win for all those here today that are concerned and care about the kids at those schools. And it allows us the time to deliver on your last directive to our team. Stay the course and support the continuation of the current process of moving these schools to charters. We have delivered on all of our other commitments and metrics, and we will deliver on this one as well. As you heard earlier, this process should be complete by April 3rd, according to the letter that you have from the authorizer trying Education One. While we are confident in our ability to obtain the needed charters, we understand your need for a backup plan. And in the event that we do not obtain the needed charters, we will work with this board and whomever you direct us to work with on an appropriate transition for the benefit of the students and the community. On behalf of the overwhelming majority of the community members at Emma Donnan, Howe, and Manual, we simply request you to maintain your commitment to these schools and families and uphold your promise to provide stability, hope, and the opportunities that have been afforded them over the last 8 years. Thank you very much.
Are there questions or comments by board members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
To have a vehicle for discussion, I will move to return control of the 3 schools, Manual, Howe, and Emadonin to IBS.
Second.
So
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Roll
Senator,
call.
just so I'm clear, your motion is to return them to IPS, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
I wanna
Effective
make
the end of
sure.
the contract.
I
It's
missed
the
the beginning of that.
same time.
You want to restate, Jennifer, you good?
One more time, yeah, just so right here.
I'm moving to return control of the 3 schools, Manual, Howe, and Emadonin to IBS.
Thank you.
We have a second?
And a second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Before we get to roll call, on the discussion piece, I'm not 100% saying I'm endorsing the plan. I'm saying I'm willing for them to go back and they figure this out, because there's a lot of holes still in the plan we saw today. So as we look at this, I think more than opportunities have been given by this board to say, hey, it was time to get a charter. That didn't happen. And I fear students and their abilities to plan for their next academic year, and I don't want to hold them in limbo.
And I would add on as well that the motion or voting to say yes, is not a repudiation of what CUSA has done. We asked them to turn around the schools, and we applaud them for the work that they've done. But that it wasn't necessarily a vote back then in perpetuity. And these are facilities that were built by IPS, and we're at the end of that road. This is I've seen comments about what we're doing is unprecedented. Yes, there is no precedent for what we're doing. We've never been to this point in the road. So it's difficult, it's messy, it's not clean, but it does not mean that we don't appreciate the work that they have done.
Agree.
Roll call.
Mr. Durham?
Yes.
Mr. Gastineau?
Yes.
Mr. Mapes?
Yes.
Superintendent McCormick?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Moat?
No.
Ms. Rentschler?
No.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Abstain.
Motion passes 6-2.
Discussion. I-Grade 3, proposed rule change.
Good afternoon. I know Dr. Flores from the Department of Education, I think, is working her way up here. So while she's working her way up, I'll go ahead and begin. What has been presented to the board members today is a process that we began in July of last year, where the board was presented with a proposal to use the iLearn assessment as what we call a screener to determine whether or not students need to take additional reading comprehension assessment known as I-Read 3. The board indicated its interest in pursuing that option based off of further research by both the Department of Education as well as the Technical Advisory Committee. At this time, what is being presented to the board, and this is not for a vote, just for discussion, are the proposed changes to the I-Read regulations that would be necessary to use iLearn as that screener. Again, nothing's being approved today, but should the board approve this at, let's say, the next meeting, this language, then that simply just begins the formal rulemaking process where we can start to get the required permissions from other agencies, publish the regulations, seek public input. All of that still has to happen. The board is not committing to anything right now. It's really just giving the board an update as far as what that process, or where we're at in that process. And of course, Dr. Flores can provide a lot more technical information than I can. So that's where we're at right now. And just one other item, we are expecting to get some additional summary information from the technical advisory committee in the near future that we'll be able to share with the board members as far as where they're at in their research. So with that, if there's no questions about the rule.
Before you bring her up, I have a question. So is this something we've asked as a board to move forward before I became a board member? Has this been something in the pipeline? Because I'm not in favor of losing IREAD 3.
Okay. And so it was voted on in July of 2019 to open the rulemaking process as part of looking at using iLearn as a screener for IREAD. I would note that we are not talking about getting rid of IREAD 3. We're simply trying to reduce the amount of time students are taking state assessments. So by using iLearn as a screener to measure student reading comprehension with that assessment, we are hopefully going to be able to create an opportunity where they would not have to also take the IREAD. As far as the technical aspects of that, Dr. Flores can talk to that in much more in depth than I can.
For the kids who pass iLearn, they wouldn't have to take iRead.
Correct.
Does that make sense? It's not it's kind of tiered.
Well, students that get who reach a certain threshold on the reading comprehension portion of iLearn would not be required to take iRead.
I understand that, but the timeline of it is a huge concern I have, because once you open that iLearn window, nobody's jumping to start and be the first one in. And when you open it near the end of April, most every school waits until closer to the end, so they got every bit a chance to teach every standard they can to their kids and refill those gaps where they think there's weaknesses. And so in my district, looking at the calendar that was sent with the attachment with this, by the time we take iLearn and we get results back, my kids are gone. They're gone for the summer. We promoted them to grade 4, and then I'm going to get results that say, hey, they don't have reading proficiency. And statutorily, we would have to look at, how do we then go back and give those kids support at 3rd grade level and 4th grade level. Plus, I've had no time to address it where IREAD 3 now, because the results are so quick, we've got a whole lot of time in the spring to help those kids, as well as summer school, we call it intersession, to help support those kids to get them ready to go into the next academic year.
And I think you're raising excellent points on concerns regarding the implementation of this idea, which is something that we are still working on. Right now, what's being presented to the board, this is just rulemaking language so that the process can continue and that we can continue to research not just the academic standard side of things, but also the implementation side of things. So I don't want to make anybody feel like we have committed to anything at this point. We are simply exploring the possibility, and ultimately, if it doesn't work, then the rulemaking process stops, we continue as is. But this is just to allow us to move the process along and just considering our options.
Okay, thank you.
Pat, can I just add, just so that in transparency, there's been conversation with legislators about having IREAD 3 potentially down the road go away because of the amount of testing. And so we were looking at how do we, some of them wanted to keep it, someone wanted to completely go away. So we were looking at how do you get that hour of testing down, but also for those kids who do need that. And I know it's tricky because of timing, and Dr. Flores, we've looked at a lot of different things, but there is conversation about, we had to boost up iLearn, we would have to boost that up in the reading portion to even hit that threshold. So we'd have to morph that a bit, not by a ton, and Dr. Flores can answer that, but there's a lot of behind the scenes conversations going on that we are just trying to make sure you're all aware of some potential of what's happening.
Any other questions for Tim before I jump in?
Any other questions? Seeing none?
So just to provide a little bit of context about the premise and why we initially engaged in this conversation, with the implementation of iLearn 2 years ago when we started those conversations, we have tried to build a system of assessments, and in doing so, one of those key aspects is really looking at comprehensiveness and efficiency. And so with that in mind, we know that historical performance for iRead 3 for grade 3 students has been between 80 and 85% on their first attempt. So if we look at potentially how many students are participating in iRead 3 who already likely have a way to demonstrate that proficiency elsewhere, we do have a large group that is participating in the assessment where they're probably providing that level of proficiency when they're engaging in iLearn. So we approached TAC at that time to help us think through possible models looking at this. One that we did approach was whether we needed to build a more robust reading blueprint actually within iLearn at the time that we were constructing that assessment, and TAC actually advised that we go this other route that we're in the midst of discussing right now. So what we're looking at doing is using regression to establish that threshold on iLearn. And as part of that process, what we plan to additionally do this spring is we actually have an educator panel, a very focused group of reading specialists that will be brought in as well to engage us in this conversation with us to really look at the content of iLearn and where that proposed threshold lies and determine if that's a reasonable place on the iLearn scale to be able to make the assertion that at that point, grade 3 students have those foundational reading skills mastered. So again, those are the very early stages of that conversation. To the logistical aspects, again, there is a great deal of conversation that we would have to have on this front, but the proposed model right now would be at grade 3. When iLearn opens, we would want them to be assessed in ELA first, so we would have that as a priority. So when they open that test window, we want them assessed in ELA, have that initial indicator reading, so we know if they have met that reading threshold or not. And then they would have the determination whether they would need to subsequently take iRead 3. And the way that we're trying to work through those test windows for 2021 is to allow that iRead 3 window to open as soon as possible because those results are available within 24 hours.
Any questions? Go, please.
Does this look...
Byron, will you pull your mic down pretty, please? Thanks, sir.
What's the, because I know we even got some communications on this from folks or some emails, public comment, whatever you want to call it. What looks different between iRead 3 and iLearn from a student standpoint that's been thrown a learning curve? From a curveball standpoint for learning, whether it be dyslexia, whether it be what have you, and that was one of the public comments that we got related to this item on the agenda.
In terms of actually deploying the assessment, the system functionality is very much the same. Which components of the assess are allowed to be read aloud versus suppressed in terms of text-to-speech or certain types of accommodations would be the same. So I know there were some concerns about drawing particular attention to a group of students, and one of the things that we've tried to be really thoughtful about with the placement of that window is if we integrate iRead 3 with iLearn around the same time, we typically also have students that are participating in makeup test sessions, and so that small population of students that we believe may need that additional iRead 3 assessment after iLearn could essentially be taking those in the same time frame that those makeup tests would be offered.
So you feel like a student who let's say requires some kind of accommodation and would be passing iRead 3 right now would pass iLearn?
I don't know that I can make that assertion, but another key consideration that I think is really important to consider is for students that have specific accommodations, those students also have the good cause exemptions in which they qualify for that are determined once they participate in the assessment by their case conference committee. So again, those students typically have an alternative path where they're continuing to receive those supports, but it's not necessarily dependent upon their participation or success on iLearn specifically.
One other question, please. Because when I'm out and about in schools, it's interesting, iRead3 is the one test that many talk about being the one they like, right? Results back and all the things about that. What, in your conversations, where are folks, what's that look like if we get, is it just gonna be okay because it reduces a test, or is there any angst over, hey, this is the one we like?
I mean, I think in general, the field understands the purpose of iRead3. I think from my perspective, when we've presented this to different audiences, whenever there's a potential efficiency in testing, I feel like people are interested in that option. Again, I know we have a lot of logistical components to work through and policy implications, but I think from my perspective and in having a recent child participating in grade 3 assessments, I think this would be a benefit to not have that additional burden placed on a student.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
So we take the iLearn and we measure that, and we know they're not proficient. Why do I got to give them iRead3 then? I mean, we're going to separate out a whole group of kids and be, hey, Pat, come on, you got to go take this test. You can't read. So now we've taken a group of kids at near the last day of school, and we got a whole group of them that we're pulling out the test. They said, well, why are they testing? And we've identified those kids like that. And kids aren't stupid. I struggle with that piece if that's part of the plan, because that doesn't do anything for our students. We use iRead3. We can break out into small reading groups in classrooms because we're already used to doing this. That's already something that students are used to seeing, and it doesn't become a negative to the kids at the end of it. And the other thing is, our iRead3 with EL kids as well, as we talked about, maybe a student who has some type of special needs, will they still have a just cause exemption as well within that field?
Would we need legislative help to do what Pat's talking about?
In terms of the good cause exemptions?
No, why would we make them sit through it if we know they can't already read? Well, the law says they have to have another, we would have to have some legislative help, which we've tried to get, but I'm not sure there's an appetite for that right now.
Correct. So legislation prescribes that we need to have a reading measure to indicate that proficiency of foundational reading skills.
I agree with you, Pat.
And will the iLearn, that's my question, will the iLearn then, would it give us that?
No, not in isolation.
Okay. And then the other thing would be, would your reading plan overall then have to change as well that's in statute, or actually it's probably in rule?
Right. Currently, I believe the revisions we recommended do not modify the reading plan aspect.
Okay. That's probably something else that had to be looked at.
Wait a minute. I want to make sure I understood what you just said. When you said, would iLearn3 give us that, what were you saying?
Would it give us that result whether or not they've got a proficiency? Because she's saying if it doesn't show us the proficient, we still have to take the iRead3 test again to show that level.
And so iLearn can't tell us that?
So iLearn would be an initial threshold. So if you reach that initial threshold of reading, you would not have to additionally participate in iRead3. But iRead3, the whole purpose and design for that assessment was based on foundational reading skills. So while there's an intersection between the content standards, the purposes of each of those assessments is still different. So we're trying to leverage the initial screener, as Tim had put it, to determine if that is met based on the data that we have, because we know that a large majority of students likely do have that proficiency without having to sit for an additional assessment.
And that would be based on, maybe I'm not understanding, that would be based on passing iRead? or iLearn?
It's not necessarily based on passing. We would have a specific point on the scale that would demonstrate
Okay.
to us that they've met reading.
Okay, and you're saying right now, that wouldn't qualify for what we're doing?
Well, the recommendation in the rule is to actually modify it so that the reading measure is that
Okay.
threshold on iLearn.
Okay, now I'm back on track. I just wanted to make sure I was getting where I needed to be.
Any other questions?
I have a quick question. So you mentioned that iLearn would not show that deficiency solely by itself. Is that correct? So what, in addition to iLearn, would show that?
So I read 3, and based on the way it was constructed in those reporting categories, it is solely based on those foundational reading skills. And so the reporting categories that are associated with that report, if students were to participate in that additionally, would offer more insight into those areas for additional remediation and support.
For iRead,
For iRead.
but for iLearn, it would not.
So iLearn has additional reporting categories beyond reading itself, and so the specific domain of reading is not assessed on iLearn to the same degree that the separate iRead 3 assessment has built as robustly.
That being said, then what really would be the purpose of iLearn?
Well, iLearn is required for our state and federal accountability.
Right? But we're talking about deficiency, showing deficiency too there, right? Correct? Did I hear
Well,
that correctly?
iLearn reports do identify areas of strength and weakness in terms of reporting categories.
Okay.
Any other questions? Are you done? Good? Okay, thank you very much. Elementary and middle school number technical changes.
Good evening. My daughter graduated high school while we've been here, so I was ordering flowers online. So I'll try to be brief. I have the last 4 things. If I can keep your attention, that would be fabulous.
If you would, would you separate out E, because I have to, I will want to recuse myself from that one.
Is it career ladders?
That's the career ladder, so let's
You
keep
do?
that one separate, because I'll step out and Katie's going to run the meeting for E.
Perfect. But I don't, okay, perfect. I don't think we're voting on most of my stuff. You're just
Yeah,
listening to me,
absolutely.
yeah.
I was just saying if you would, let me know before
Perfect.
you get to E,
Yep.
because I'm going to step out.
I don't know what letter this is, but course titles and descriptions for elementary. In the past, traditionally, elementary course numbers for reading have all the same numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is reading for kindergarten all the way through middle school. We want to change that and add an identifier at the end to indicate what grade the reading class is. It helps with licensing and reporting of course completion. It's really just a technical change, and that's something that we would like to do for the 2020-2021 school year. Any questions on that? Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to the social emotional behavioral wellness update. Just providing you some milestones that we've hit. I used to come and make a monthly report on social emotional wellness and what we were doing in the department. Seemed a little too frequent, so haven't been up here in a few months, so just want to let you know what we've been doing. We have done 65 different trainings to educators on the SEL competencies between April and December of 2019. That's multiple schools and regional trainings where we have been out in the field training educators on those competencies. We provided 11 regional MTSS trainings for schools, and we're piloting that MTSS with 6 school districts. The employability standards have been crosswalked with the SEL competencies to help with implementation. We co-sponsored the first Whole Child Summit in 2019 with over 500 educators in attendance. Our next Whole Child Summit will be this coming February, and we're anticipating quite an increase, and we had to move the venue because we had to close last year's due to too many attendees. co-hosted 8 regional screenings of the documentary Resilience, which is based on Dr. Anda's work with ACEs. We brought Dr. Anda here to Pike to share about ACEs and had over 1,500 participants in attendance at that. We created and released the Science of Happiness course, and we currently have 2,376 teachers enrolled in the Science of Happiness course, which is amazing. We've done a creation of a toolkit for chronic absenteeism. We had an expulsion examiner training presented in 3 regional locations to over 150 educators to ensure fairness, consistency, and equity in Indiana regarding due process. We published the Model Positive Discipline Plan, which has recently been adopted by CISC and the Cultural Competency CISC Subcommittee. Completed year 1 of Project Aware. We have a table down here that talks about the work conducted by the IDOE and DMHA and the local LEAs between October and 19 and what's coming up through September of 20 with the Pacific Institute for Research and Evaluation. We provided grant opportunities for 2 districts to start a youth assistance program, the Judge Nation program. And with the title and grants team, they applied for additional funding so we could get 3 additional grants. So we now have 5 grants available for school districts to do that youth assistance program. We were chosen as one of the National Center on School Health, Mental Health's National Quality Initiative Collaborative Improvement and Innovation Network. Say that 5 times fast. Also known as COIN. We have 4 IDOA staff members who were ACE interface trained by Dr. Anda, and the creation of the mental health resource map and general community resources posted to the website. So regardless of what county you're in, you can click and get a suicide prevention hotline and other community resources, mental health centers in that county where our superintendents and principals can give those recommendations to the families in their districts. We created that map, and we have actually worked with another agency and put it on our website. Questions on that update?
Well, thank you very much for the report. I actually asked to have this added to the agenda because I had some questions for our council as it relates to our statutory obligations around the plan. So, Tim, as you recall, we sort of first came upon this when you found the statute requiring that several departments develop and coordinate the children's social, emotional, and behavioral health plan. And they're supposed to provide recommendations to this board on comprehensive mental health services, early intervention, and treatment services for individuals from birth through 22 years of age. The statute then goes on to say, Tim, and I'm referencing Indiana Code 2019-5, that the department will make recommendations to the state board, which shall adopt rules under our rulemaking authority concerning the children's social, emotional, and behavioral health plan. So I'm aware that I know the departments were working on a plan. There's been a presentation of, I believe, the plan, some previous meeting, but then we haven't done anything around rulemaking to make sure that these interventions and mental health services and whatnot that are, I guess, designated in the plan are put into rule.
So to that point, I think we have a couple of different options that the board could decide to pursue. As the department continues to do all of this work and develop strategies, types of training and whatnot, if there are particular, I'll say programs, but whatever you want to call it, that the board determines would be useful to put into a reg so that it continues on, because that could be a problem. Sometimes, an agency would be doing good work, but then people at that agency leave, and those things just kind of slip through the cracks. But if there are things that are identified that we want to put into regulation that the department's doing now, that's something we could do. And of course, happy to work with Robin and her team to work on identifying those things. Another option would be is that there are currently some regulations in 511 right now pertaining to student health issues as far as when a treatment can become necessary and observation. We could look at revising those in light of the recommendations that the department provided in the report that was provided to this to the board previously, as well as any insight that Rob and her team has learned during their work. So those are a couple of options we could pursue right now.
Are there currently rules triggering intervention? Rules around triggering intervention?
Can you define intervention? I mean, I know that there are, I'm sorry, I can't remember the citation off the top of my head. There are rules requiring schools to take certain steps, and I don't remember what those steps are off the top of my head, based off of certain student behavior that's observed. So one option I could easily do is I could get those regs to you, and we could start going through those, and be like, this is what we've got right now. Here are some recommendations that the department included in its report, and maybe we can augment those existing regulations.
Yeah, 'cause I think the statute is clearly targeting certain areas that the legislature was saying was important. I just want to make sure we follow through with our piece in terms of compliance and that gets done. So I just didn't want to fall through the cracks. That's the reason why I asked it to be on the agenda.
Well, Tony, to be fair, I think we have some conflicting legislation that deals around SISC. Am I correct? You guys correct me if I'm wrong, because right now, I mean, that plan is much bigger than the department. We have maybe 10 agencies that we've developed a very comprehensive systemic plan that's really solid. The department is obviously a part of that, but there are a lot of agencies that are also a big part of that. So it's very detailed. That work goes on. That's been approved by the SISC board. So there is a huge plan. What our fear is, we don't want that because that plan is beefy, it's meaningful, it's fluid. We don't want to create a separate plan that like, hey, schools, there's this and now there's this and you got all these plans going. I think that cross-agency attempt through SISC was a good thing that our state did. And we are happy, and SISC would be happy to come present, to tell you what's in the plan, what that looks like, but there's already a very comprehensive plan that's been approved by, per se, the SISC board that's got a ton of agency heads on it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, this statute also anticipated a lot of those agencies would be participating. I just want to make sure someone on our staff is looking to make sure anything that needs to go to rulemaking will in fact go to rulemaking.
And I'm sure we can work together to make sure if there is something that does fall under the board's authority for rulemaking that we pursue that, and but also at the same time coordinating with the agencies that are also part of this.
So my second agenda item I requested was around nutrition. So that was for Tim also, because really it's more of a legal question. I know we've been looking at this some, trying to determine what authority, if any, state board has around nutrition. Particularly, I'll tell you what I'm interested in, and then I know, we'll have to look at the legality of it, but I would be interested in this board considering a rulemaking that would limit the amount of sugar that kids are able to be given during lunch. So I know that's something we're looking at for legality because it's some ambiguous language around what our authority is and what's discretionary. So I'm just going to ask, as it relates to that, if we can just get a legal opinion at some future meeting as to where the boundaries of our authority are. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And to be eligible for federal dollars, you have to follow the guidelines already set in place, which are pretty tight with the salt and the sugar and some of those. So I haven't been an elementary principal, that can give you fits when kids are willing to give their right arm for a package of salt. But there are so many specifications with that already that there are nutrition people and our food staff directors.
I've looked at them and there's none around sugar. And the issue is the states can often be more restrictive than the federal. You can't be less restrictive than the federal. So we can be federal compliant, but still possibly have the authority as a state to be even more restrictive. The federal government right now doesn't address sugar. Thank you.
Well, then my memo on the crosswalk of the PE and CTE courses on nutrition is probably not relevant to our person.
Okay.
So
Appreciate it though. Thank you very much.
yeah, if anybody has a need for that paper, can keep it. Okay, now we're to E. So can I start? Sure. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if they can even hear me talking. So during the 2019 legislative session, as you know, Career Ladder Program was established. The memo kind of goes into some detail about how we did some presentations for schools and allowed a $3.5 million big pot to be dispersed to schools based on applications. There was guidance about how schools could apply for that, but there was guidance also sent out saying they don't have to follow that. They can ask for whatever amount they would like. We ended up with 18 applications from eligible LEAs. The department, we had 4 representatives, then Chad Rainey from State Board staff and Dr. Freitas from the State Board participated in looking at all of the applications based on the rubric, and the unanimous decision was to award all of the dollars that each school requested because all of the applications were worthy of being funded and met the requirements of the law and the system, the rubric system that we had in place. On the memo is a list of each school district and the amount of money they have been awarded based on their request. With that being said, there was an excess of $353,520, and we had discussion about how that money could be dispersed. And what we would like to do is create a mini grant process. In this memo, it says 14 at 25,000, but I'd like to take that part off and just say schools can apply for what amount they need to make a plan for a career ladder system. That way we can engage more school districts. We had $3.5 million available and only 18 school districts applied for that fund. That is concerning when we're talking about teachers and pay and things like that. And I think one of the reasons other districts did not apply is that they don't have a plan yet of what will work for their school, and they haven't had the money or time to put a comprehensive plan together. So we would like to put out an application to all schools to apply for a mini grant that would allow them money to either hire a technical assistance partner, pay stipends to teachers, have community meetings, work with their associations to create a career ladder plan that fits their district needs. We can just leave that open for them to apply for whatever amount they need and then take that from the $353,520. I know that we discussed this being a discussion item. I don't know if there are concerns or discussion. If everybody seems to be in agreement, I would not be opposed to moving forward with getting this money out to the schools that have asked for it because it's January, and for them to get this started. We're already several months into the first year of a 3-year grant. And also I would like my staff to start working on the mini grant applications, and I don't want to ask them to do work that would not come to fruition. I don't want them to create the nutrition crosswalk if it's not needed. So, discussion or questions on that?
Questions from board members. I know that Mr. Miller wants to be heard.
Yeah, I know every application is probably different, but can you kind of summarize how the schools
Sure.
propose to use this? Because as you said, it's a 3-year grant. Some of these are $70,000. That's probably not going to go very far if it's for additional pay, but if it's for
So if you look at
planning,
those
whatever.
$70,000 grants, those are very small districts.
Yeah.
They're very small schools that have few teachers, so those teachers will still be getting a good amount of money. We had some schools that are using the TAP system, so a system that's already created. I don't think that Pat would be upset for me to put him out there, that they're one of many that chose TAP, and that was an option in the career ladder legislation. We had a district using opportunity culture, which is already an established system, so those amounts they already know because those organizations work with them. The locally created ones generally have a system of mentor teachers working with other teachers as instructional coaches, doing coaching observations, doing some research, having some time off teaching, so they might teach part of a day, work with teachers other parts of the day, doing new teacher orientation and things like that. They were similar in that way.
I think the idea of the 3.5 was to at least have some examples that showed this would work or see if not work, and just trying to make sure that there was impact being made, not just, you said the mini grants would be for planning.
Yeah,
And just
just
making sure
planning.
that the other grants were beyond just, we're gonna talk about it, we're actually gonna do and see if it works.
They're a plan in motion, and that will move forward, and you can see from some of the amounts that they're pretty comprehensive plans. For our CSI schools, which there were about 140 of those last year, we gave, for those who applied and met the criteria, $50,000 planning grants. And they used that money to create comprehensive needs assessments for their schools and school improvement plans. Some of them paid that money technical assistance partners to direct the work. Others used the money to pay stipends to teachers and administrators to do that. And I'm seeing a very similar thing here, to create a comprehensive career ladder plan for a school that doesn't currently have one, and not make them feel pressure to just throw something together, but spend a good amount of time with all stakeholders involved so that you know it'll be sustainable, to do some planning and then be able to apply for the real dollars next go around.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Move to adjourn.
Tim would like to be heard.
Be quick.
He's just gonna tell us we can't vote.
So I did want to touch on one of the points that Robin brought up about trying to move this along as quickly as possible. I just want to remind the board that when this program was presented, the expectation that the board was given was that there would be a vote in February. And I understand everybody wants to get the money out as soon as possible, but I just wanted to remind the board members of that. And if that's still the intention, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that, or if the board is going to acquiesce and say they do not want to vote and just move forward, I think that should be made clear now. And so the vote would occur in 3 weeks, because that's what the next board meeting is.
So I think what I'm hearing is David was involved in the process. He's obviously not here. And I think there's some confusion around what the agreement was around the additional amount. So we'd like an opportunity to talk to David and understand his thoughts on that, because I have not, and kind of sort that out, and also have the board an opportunity to review all of these grants moving into February. That's all we're asking.
Because did that committee vote on those mini grants, if that's the way they wanted to do it, or was it just a discussion at that point?
I was told there were options laid out and that there was some consensus, but I think that I think there's confusion on what the consensus was, and so
Okay.
I just need to
So
talk to
thus,
David.
why David and who? Did we have somebody else?
Yeah, David and Chad,
Oh,
and then
okay,
Tim
yeah.
filled in once. Yeah.
Okay.
Brian, I'm asking to confirm my understanding. When I read the memo, it says the committee unanimously agreed to use the excess dollars to create the 14 mini grants. So are we differentiating between their agreement to that action and voting?
So I would recommend we take that up in February.
Okay.
So that we can confirm that, because it was my understanding that they were looking at potentially reopening a new window.
Okay.
But again, I just need to
Okay, I'm fine
talk
with
with
waiting. I just
department
want to make sure we're clear on the
David,
words.
make sure everybody's good to go. That's all.
I guess I'm confused because I thought everybody was clear. So you're thinking they're not? I mean, because our goal was to get that money out, and I'm not questioning you. I just thought I thought everybody was on one page on this.
Yeah, everybody, there was 100% consensus on doing the mini grants. The amount, the 25,000, was not discussed.
Okay.
So that would be where there wasn't the number. So, but there was 100% consensus. We did not want to just redistribute the additional funds. That we wanted to do the mini grants. The amount, that's why I'm saying I'm removing that from my recommendation. We'll just open it up to, they can apply for $5 or $75,000, and based on their grant, we'll be happy to give it. But there was 100% consensus on the mini grant piece, just not the 25,000.
Yes.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yep.
Second?
Aye.
So adjourned. Thank you.